Welcome everyone for being here today. This is my first committee meeting as chair, and I want to thank Whit Ryder and Abstentia for chairing and doing such a wonderful job this past year. I want to welcome my former my colleagues, co-chair Lynn Phillips, Elaine Mendoza, Joe Hinton, and Fred Heldenfels, as well as Glenda Barron. And the commissioner will be here shortly. I understand that he is on a call. So the first order of business is my report, and I want to take a point of personal privilege and thank everyone, in particular my colleagues, for their wonderful support during the loss of my mother-in-law and this last month. It's been difficult, but thank you all for your support. I really appreciate it. We have an agenda today that I believe focuses on our core mission, that of closing the gaps, and I'm thrilled that every single thing that we're going to be talking about today is really specifically focused on those issues. We'll have updates on a number of outreach activities and our college readiness program, and we'll be doing something a little bit unusual. We're going to be meeting jointly with the Academic Excellence and Research Committee on our last action item, which is college readiness standards. And we hope to be joined by some of our colleagues on the State Board of Education for that discussion of the last item. It's very important to us at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board that we work very closely with TEA and the State Board of Education. So we're thrilled that we're hoping that they will be included this afternoon. They've certainly been invited. I'd like to remind everyone of the upcoming Governing Board Conference and the first annual State of Higher Education to be held in Houston, Texas at the Post Oak Hilton, October 29th and 30th. This is the annual conference where regents are trained for all of the universities and colleges across the state, but the highlight of that has always been the STAR Awards, which is the highest award given by the Coordinating Board to programs and projects throughout the state. It's always been a wonderful, wonderful event, but this year we're going to kick it up a notch, as they say, and we're going to be hosting the first annual State of Higher Education as presented by Commissioner Raymond Paredes. If anyone needs any information about it, it's on our website, but it's October 29th and 30th, and the actual luncheon will be on the 30th at the Post Oak Hilton. Okay, I want to make sure I didn't forget anything. Item 3 is our first item to discuss, and it's a discussion of regional P16 councils and the state P16 council. I'll begin by asking Chris Alvarado to provide us with information on 3 items. The first one will be an overview of the P16 council grants that the Coordinating Board provided to 20 existing and developing regional councils. Secondly, he'll report on this 2-day workshop that took place Monday and Tuesday that we provided in partnership with TEA. And finally, a draft organizational chart for state and regional P16 councils. So, Chris. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. I want to start. Can you hear me okay? Is this on? Is this on?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Good morning. I want to start off by acknowledging that we did provide 20 grants across the state for, as you mentioned, 9 developing councils and 11 existing councils. And the first meeting that was part of the contractual obligation for fulfilling the contract was occurred on Monday and Tuesday of this week. And excuse me. And the first day was really focused on the higher ed, public ed partnership, and really looking at the model across the state for summer bridge programs, early college high school programs, P16 councils, as well as the House Bill 400 schools were invited to participate. And the focus was not so much on the particular programs, but more on the partnership that exists between the P12 individuals at the table and the higher ed partners. So the focus is more on the partnership itself as opposed to the early college high school model, summer bridge model, etc. So it really was a sharing, an opportunity to share the practices that occurred in the field to promote that partnership, what it took to foster the development of that partnership, and how folks are successful in the field, ensuring the success of not only their program, but establishing that firm partnership between P12 and higher ed. For the P16 councils, we obviously invited our business and community partners to the table as well. The second day, as I mentioned, the first day was really more focused on that. The second day, from 9 a.m. to noon, we held a 3-hour workshop that really focused more on the P16 councils. And we actually split up the boardroom, and Summer Bridge programs were on this side, and the P16 councils were on the other side of the partition. We actually split up our P16 councils into the developing and the existing, and had two separate distinct agendas that focused on the individual contractual obligations that were part of the agreement. The developing councils really focused on their long-range plans, which are due to the coordinating board June of next year. And the main focus of the dialogue yesterday morning was the mission statement, which from our perspective, the overall goal of any P16 council is to help promote the college-going culture across the state and focus on developing well-educated communities, as was the theme of our P16 summit in the summer. So we stuck that out there as kind of the main premise for the development of P16 councils. The existing council's main focus was the establishment of a state network. The state network for regional P16 councils, not to be confused with the state P16 council, is an idea that kind of stemmed from looking at the Tennessee model. And the Tennessee model had this existing regional setup, much like Texas, and the state councils developed after the fact. So they had this state network that was developed in the interim and allowed for communication among all the regional councils. So we sought to kind of utilize that model and bring the regional councils together and really allow the developing councils and the existing councils to work toward that same goal of being part of this state network. The existing councils had a lot of good ideas, shared a lot of the information with our developing councils. Even though we were in two separate parts of the room, we opened up the partition and allowed for dialogue back and forth between the two different groups. And there was a lot of give and take. There was a lot of good ideas shared. We had some folks in the room that came from the nonprofit sector that really allowed some good dialogue, knowledgeable dialogue about the nonprofit experience, about developing 501c3 versus having just a fiscal agent. We had a lot of dialogue regarding the role of the field specialists in the development of the P16 council. We had great interaction in the breakouts. I know the existing councils really wanted to spend more time in their little groups as opposed to going back to the big groups, because they had a good opportunity to dialogue amongst one another as partners and help foster some kind of planning that we talked about yesterday, especially in looking at assets and inventorying what's going on at the local level and making sure that the P16 councils have a firm grasp of exactly what's going on in their area. Thank you. Sorry, I'm taking medication. And that dialogue yesterday really, I mean, we had the evaluations that came back. We, out of the 20, I think it was like 38 evaluations received back from the 60 individuals that attended, and only 2, when we asked, was this information pertinent and relevant and would it be useful in what you're doing out in the field in development of your P16 councils. We only had 2 that said maybe, and they were actually from the HB 400 schools that sat in on the P16 council meeting. But it's still good. It's still a good sign. The fact that we had no negative responses, nobody actually had to sign their name to it, so it was a confidential survey. It really was a good indication that the staff really did a good job of coming up with great information. We served as facilitators in the meeting. Belinda and Tracy worked with the developing councils, and Ron and Dewey worked with the existing councils. So we had a good division of labor. Everybody did what was asked of them. The P16 field specialists attended. those that were available, and I felt overall it was a successful workshop. And we asked for feedback to help guide us as we set up the next 2 workshops next spring. We're going to do one in January, and the follow-up, the third and last one will be in April. And we have assignments that we're going to be assigning to the different P16 councils, and they have a 1-month turnaround time to get that back to us.
Questions? I have some.
Go ahead.
Naturally. How was the interaction? For example, some of the P16 councils like E3 and the El Paso Collaborative are very specific in where they're going and what their goals are, and they're very different from each other, and they're very different from some of the other established and emerging ones. How was that interaction? And one of the things I did hear, for example, was from the Greater Houston P16 Council. Last night I heard from the chairman, and he felt like he wanted ours to now be more like the Austin as a result of the discussion. Did you get a lot of that?
Susan Dawson with E3 was very forthcoming with information and sharing kind of what they've done in this area as far as the work that E3 has done and the partnerships they've fostered in the Austin and Central Texas area, because it's not just Austin. The dialogue was really pertinent when the existing councils shared what they've done, where they are, and a lot of the folks at the table were really intrigued by the work that E3 has done, and E3 was also one of the presenters on the first day, so they really kind of were spotlighted, as was the Lubbock Council. The feedback, and to be honest, I was mostly on the developing side, so I went back and forth, but from the information we got, we had a debriefing yesterday afternoon, and Ron and Dewey both shared that Susan Dawson really had a lot of key points that she touched on that a lot of the other chambers really kind of sought as kind of the nuggets of the meeting. So it was nice to have that kind of that experience at the table with regard to the barriers and obstacles that they had to overcome, but at the same time they're still not where they want to be, and they're still moving forward. One of the issues that was brought up too was, even though El Paso's been around for X number of years, their focus has somewhat shifted as well. So it's kind of like almost like a working document, if you will, their plan of action. It's going to continuously shift and focus on different things. Once they meet this short-term goal, they will then move on to this next item. And we discussed that as far as setting up our long-range plan, having intermittent goals throughout the next couple of years as to what they plan on achieving with the development of the P16 Council.
Well, and speaking of whether it's E3 or any of the others, I want to thank David Gardner and Susan Brown and everyone on the staff for the incredible amount of research and input that you have provided to all of the P16 councils. I know that E3 in particular, they've done a lot of research, and it would not have been successful without the support of this agency. So to anyone who was involved, thank you. What about the money? I mean, do they feel like they understand the opportunities and the options that they have, those that receive the money?
Yes, ma'am. That was discussed at length. The budgetary part, the money that we provided them, was discussed. They were really more intrigued about the possibility of raising their own money at the local level. Some of the items, the expenditures that they wanted to provide, such as giveaways, that in looking at the budget we felt were probably not appropriate. That's something more they could raise at the local level, partner with someone in the business community, or partner with an institution of higher education that probably has giveaways already to help kind of promote that little marketing. Come by our booth and we'll give you something to walk away with, and leave them with a reminder that they were at their booth. We really focused more on that, and the developing councils really wanted more feedback from the existing councils as to, was it better to actually become a recognized 501c3 and seek that tax-exempt status, and Dewey Brooks did a good job of researching that, using the IRS and his vast experience in the nonprofit community really kind of came out, and we were able to have one one individual, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think she was from the Abilene area. Is that correct, Tracy? And she has years of experience in working with nonprofits, so she was able to serve as kind of the expert in the room, along with Dewey, on the nonprofit status-seeking organizations and which situation would be ideal, and obviously having both options available is ideal. Having the institution serve as a fiscal agent, but then also if those organizations want to become submit their articles of cooperation. I was going to say articles in the Federation. I'm a history major, sorry. Articles of what was it again?
Incorporation.
Incorporation. I'm sorry. Articles of incorporation to be recognized by the state of Texas, and then seek the IRS status for the 501c3. That was a big
That's
thing.
a real issue. I don't know, Elaine, you probably have come across this in your P16, but of all the collaborative partners that are members, not one of them would want to be the recipient of the money in their own right, because then, for example, in Houston, if it's the YMCA, then whoever the grantor is going to look at them and say, well, we already gave the YMCA money. So it's got to be something separate and apart. Are you finding that? Or?
Well, we're going through the community college district, who then we're going to assign a fiscal agent. We're going to start at the San Antonio Aero Foundation, which is our largest nonprofit, and begin there to hold them as our fiscal agent in the beginning. That's what we're looking at anyway at this point.
Has there been any more thought about the College for All Texans Foundation?
Yes, ma'am. I spoke with our counsel yesterday, Bill Franz, about that. And when Don Brown does return to the office, that's something we're going to engage in dialogue more with Dr. Brown. And that was more for kind of having a centralized nonprofit, being the College for All Texans Foundation, to, let's say, the Amarillo group or Abilene group decides to apply for a grant, but lists the recipient as the College for All Texans Foundation. Then the foundation would be the ones to disperse the grant funding once they receive it out to that individual P16 council, and that would be fine. The area becomes sticky as we would not be able, as a state agency, to, if we were to allocate grants again, we wouldn't be able to give it to the foundation, obviously, to give out. That would have to go out to the fields directly to the institution of higher education if we allocate any funding.
That's why we're doing what we're doing.
That's why you're doing that?
It went to the community college district, and then it's going to go to our fiscal agent at the foundation level.
But if it's a grant, it's not going to go to the community college itself.
No.
The people that are, the grantor is going to know that it's not going to the community college.
Right. In this case, the coordinating board.
Right.
They had to place it in a higher education entity.
And also, Bill, if you can correct me if I'm wrong here, the dialogue we had yesterday also indicated that if we wanted to allocate it to Allen Community College, and they in turn, let's say the San Antonio group decided to become incorporated and they seek the 501c3 status, that within the contract we could indicate we would provide the funding to Alamo Community College, and they could subcontract out to that entity, and that would be fine, correct? Okay.
Chris, did they have any specific requests for us regarding data like E3 has had, and what are we providing them in terms of data?
Did a walkthrough on the accountability system yesterday, the TexasHigherEdData.org, the information on the website. Obviously, there's a lot of data available. We dialogued yesterday in the debriefing afterward of maybe if we come up with certain fields that they need to look at and ask that we run that internally and have that available on, let's say, the P16 website. But we know we have the data. It's just what fields do we want to look at to capture so that it could really help those P16 councils that maybe may not have a researcher or a data person at the table. E3 is fortunate in that sense that they do have that luxury, but other institutions or other P16 councils may not have that luxury. Maybe their higher ed partner is overloaded with other things, and they're not going to be able to bring somebody to the table. So we discussed that yesterday, and we really wanted to work closely with Susan Brown's group and ascertain what type of information we could pull together in a clean format to share with those folks that, as I mentioned earlier, may not have that data person there at the table.
We've actually provided data to some key areas when we've gone out to our regional meetings. We did in Dare County originally. We did in Houston. We did in
Central Texas. Killeen.
Weslaco, and that area, El Paso, in which we had a basic package of information in which we actually took each school district and showed how many went to college, what their retention rate was, what their graduation rate was, and the intent is to make that available to anyone who wants it. Something that was done more uniquely for the E3 Alliance was actually doing it by specific program areas, which is much more time intensive, but once you've done it, it's easier, it's relatively easy to duplicate once you've figured out all the nuances of it. So that's something that can be available for the package as well. And I think, Chris's point about putting it on the P216 website where they don't have to search for it, as we know that's a problem, is a really good point.
My P16 is in Bastrop, which is part of the E3 territory, and they seem to feel like this information they got from E3 was just, like revolutionary. So if we could figure out what they did and do it for everyone, or get them to do it for everyone.
Exactly. And Susan did offer up some assistance if we wanted, if other P16 councils want to consult with her with regard to what they did. So
I was just looking again at one of their presentations, and some of the stuff which we can't duplicate is really provided by local school districts. But in terms of what they did in terms of the transition from high school to college, I mean, we know what that is, and we can provide it if you guys
Great. I think that's really important.
The information that the coordinating board provided to that last P16 conference, when we broke up into regions, was very, very valuable.
And that's essentially the same type of thing we were providing. Because I'm glad I'd forgotten about that. Glad you brought that up.
We have that by region available.
Yeah, it's real valuable.
P16. What is the date of the information you're able to give now? What year?
Well, it depends on which piece you're talking about. For example, the going to college for the first time, that's more recent, the most recent. So that can be done for last fall. It will be about 2 months before it could be done for this fall, just because the institutions haven't got the data into us yet. For the retention in college, you have to go back another year because it really depends on how far you go. And then so for the graduation rates, you have to go back several more years. So so you're looking at different groups, but essentially that can be updated every year. So it's more recent. The graduation rates would be from about 6 years ago. The persistence rates from about 2 years ago.
And it's only public universities?
No. We can do it
independent?
at Independence and college now. So that's been something we've only been able to do the last 3 years since the private colleges voluntarily provided enough data to us because they wanted us to calculate graduation rates for them for the purpose of seeing how well students are doing with TEG dollars. So
do they have to go to the TEA to get P through 12 data and go to us for other, or how is it all?
Well, in terms of what we do, we have TEA data here on site.
Okay.
Now there are we don't have all of the TEA data, so it really depends. But I can tell you that in the last 3 years, TEA has been very helpful in terms of, for our purposes, if we want the data to, as soon as they can pull it out, they'll send it over.
Great.
So they've been very good about that. They can't be as flexible with other organizations because of further requirements, but they can be with us.
Other comments? And you have an organizational chart?
Yes, ma'am.
A draft, right?
yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I'll just take all of them.
They need to ask. Chris, I was
Yes,
just
ma'am.
thinking maybe something we could provide is elicit responses from the P16s about what is the most helpful data for them to have. And even when new ones form, then, you know, we would be able to provide the most helpful data.
Right, we did a survey before the workshop to kind of get feedback on some broader issues, but that's what we plan on doing again, sending another survey out and asking those specific things that are going to fuel the discussion at the next workshop.
And do you have like an email, like a listserv of everyone that attended, representing all of the different P16 emerging and existing?
Yes, and we have the points of contact, and then we're establishing the email list of those that attended.
Because it seems like a good follow-up would be to send them an email now saying, we're having this dialogue. We want to know what's going to be most helpful to you, what kind of data you're looking for, what kind of support you need. One of the other points before we go into the structure, the Houston P16 was kind of on a phone call online with the Dallas group, and Dallas is real different in that they have a lot of wonderful pockets of P16s all over the Dallas area, but they don't have the umbrella. We in Houston have the umbrella, and we're trying to figure out how to do the different pockets. So I think, you know, to me, the regional P16s, the local P16s are going to be our on-the-ground experts in implementing, closing the gaps. And we have to provide to them the most effective support we can. And so if maybe you all could start that dialogue and ask them what else they need and how we can support them, and also give them input and ask for input into this structure.
And other than the website, as far as the communication tool, we are looking at developing a SharePoint link, and that link will take them to a common portal and allow them to access a main calendar where we can post the next meetings and whatnot, and they can actually post their individual P16 council meetings on there as well. And it'll allow for discussion threads to occur. Someone can pose a question. We're experiencing this kind of issue, and other P16 councils can dialogue back and forth and share that, and it'll be online and available for them to interact with one another. I think there's even an instant or a chat discussion board and a chat tool on there as well. But it's a place that we can bring at least, and we're talking about the numbers, but at least 3 members from each council to have access to it and be able to participate in that dialogue across the state.
Well, that'd be great. You want to talk about the council structure?
Yes, ma'am. And by no means is this a hierarchical model. It's I tried to fit it the other way and it didn't work. So if we start, I guess, in the middle and look at the big rectangle, that's the regional council state network that we talked about. And if we go beneath that and look at the solid arrows feeding into the state network, that's obviously the P16 regional councils.
Excuse me, Chris, is the network an entity, or is it just, you know, an idea?
Right now, we're asking the P16 councils to determine that. We talked about if it becomes an entity, what would that governance and structure look like? We don't want to be too prescriptive.
Yeah.
We want to allow them the flexibility to determine the makeup, but we are sharing with them different models that exist. Tennessee, Kentucky for 2. The second P16 council on the left, if you go down one level below that, you see the 2 P16 local councils feeding into that one. That's kind of that model that Ms. Bricker was referring to. Houston would actually, the one you had, it had like 4 or 5 different bubbles around it, but it would be the same thing as maybe the regional council in the valley or the regional council in the metroplex have multiple local councils feeding into one umbrella council. If you look at the P16 council on the far right, the issues committee, each P16 council will be hopefully dialoguing about various issues at the regional level, and those committees would be made up of members from the community, from the higher ed, public ed, business community, and really help foster the dialogue on the issues at the local and regional level, and help feed that information up to the state network. If we look down at the very bottom, we have the P16 field specialist and the P16 special advisor, and that was a fun dialogue yesterday, trying to distinguish between the two and ensure that everybody kind of knew the difference between a P16 field specialist and the P16 special advisor. It was obvious that we need to do a better job of ensuring that everybody's informed in the field. The P16 special advisor, as you see, would feed and work very closely with the issues, their focus, and I'll let Evie and Lynette discuss this later. But I know their focus is going to be more on the institutional focus, working with Dr. Conley's group and their efforts in alignment and the academic side of it, and getting together all the syllabi and whatnot.
If you will remember, excuse me just a minute, Chris, if you will remember, we ask every public institution in the state to identify the special advisor. At the time that we picked the title, we thought it made perfectly good sense, only to discover that we confused everybody with that title. We asked that this person be able to report through the provost's office. At the stages with the college readiness standards, we're going to do a lot of interacting with campuses, and we needed a point person to send the standards to get distributed for faculty comment. We needed a point person to gather syllabi at some point to feed back here. And we invited the independent institutions to identify somebody on their campuses to serve that same role. And so that's that special advisor. We didn't realize at the time that it was going to look to the field very much like a P16 field specialist. And so that's where the confusion lies. The field specialists, of course, are those people out who are working with the GOV centers to some extent, working with the institutions. They're our feet on the ground out in the field, and now their major assignment is supporting the P16 councils existing and developing. And we just made a mistake picking titles that looked very similar to people in the field. I'm sorry, Chris. Go
That's
ahead.
fine. And you'll see the dotted line, the dotted arrows between P16 field specialist and P16 special advisor, in the sense that they should be dialoguing. The field specialist, any communique we send out to the field, they should be sharing with the special advisor, and vice versa.
But how are they going to feel if they're not a member of the P16 council?
The special advisor?
Yeah, because if there's 20 or 30, different universities in a general area, they're not going to be a member, and they may have representation, but they're not.
I actually believe their major assignment would
to their university itself.
Would be to the institution, and I don't believe it would be appropriate for them to be members necessarily of the council. We didn't see that connection. We see it as a part of the communication.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we wanted them to be on the chart, because they do have a role to play related to the field specialist and the institutions.
Mm-hmm.
As you see from the field specialist, the different arrows coming up, they'll be working with, obviously, the local councils, the committees, and the regional councils. And there should be another arrow going up to the top, to the state council as well, because a lot of them do send us information on what's going on in their area. If we look at the top at the state P16 State Council, we have the different membership represented there, TWC, TEA, Coordinating Board, DARS. We have our public ed representative, who is the superintendent, Dr. Johnson. We have the higher ed member, the president of the community college, and we have our business representative there as well. And they're in dashed circles, or dotted circles. And then, of course, the line is not a solid line between the state council and the network, because the relationship there has yet to be determined. And we want to ensure that at least there is that dotted line there, at least the communication is flowing back and forth between the two groups. And they felt very positive about that yesterday. The feedback was that they wanted to be part of that communication. So, again, we're really allowing them to kind of develop the network, and what we're feeding them is information that's already out there, some models that currently exist, and making some recommendations based on the experience of the staff.
Ms. Bricker, our point in trying to put this together was to respond to a request that you had to try to do it graphically. And what we intend to do is, as it shapes up, it will be on our P16 website. And Chris has plans to make it so that when you click on one of those, say you click on the state P16 council, one of the memberships, say DARS, it would then bring up information about who's serving in that role and information about that entity, so that we would have, is it embedded, and more information when it's electronic, so that you could get more detail.
Would all of these entities, including the chairs of the regional councils, have access to the state P16 Council's agenda,
Yes.
their minutes, their...
Yes.
Do
And
they
that's going to
currently?
all be through our website that Tracy and Dewey and others are continuing to work on.
And a lot of the information is already housed on TEA's P16 website, so we're doing a lot of direct links to TEA as opposed to recreating a wheel and having double sites with the same information on it. So
And what is the prototype or what's the template for other states? You mentioned Tennessee. I think Georgia has a huge one, and so does Arizona. How do other states' structures work, like as far as communication, as far as coordination and support?
others are more top-down. The reason I mentioned Tennessee, and I cited just because they did it the same way we did. They had the regional councils on the ground first, and the state council was codified later. So the network was kind of the interim state council, if you will, and then became a kind of communication tool between the state council once that became codified and the regional councils. So it was really kind of the go-between. And you know, maybe for Texas this can be a 2-year model, and after 2 years the state network is seen as it's not really needed, and the regional councils have a more firm or more established relationship with the state council. But starting off now, we felt that was a more appropriate approach. The Georgia council, as I mentioned earlier, is very top down. Most of the other ones that are currently coming out. I think Colorado just last week or the week before was put into statute as well to create a P16 council at the state level. So again, it's a model that, while it's been around for a while, the regional councils, the state council is something that's becoming more and more prevalent across the country. So we're seeing more and more state councils being codified and being established in statute that are trying to coordinate things out in the field. And there was some legislation that came out last year that actually had money going to the state council to disseminate at the local level. It wasn't to the regional councils, but it was to school districts and ESCs and whatnot, but it didn't pass. So.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate you're not wanting this to be hierarchical, but I think it's important for people to know that someone is looking after this and receiving reports. Does the statute require the P16 State Council to report to anyone besides the coordinating board?
The state council?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's State Board of Education and the coordinating board are the two. They advise those two entities. So I don't think they...
The state council reports to us. I know that's required because, you know, that's sort of where all this started, is when we found out it existed and we wanted some reports. And then I would say, you know, the governor's office is interested in this, and Closing the Gaps is a state plan. So I think it would be sort of helpful for people to know, where does all this information go?
Right.
You know, I don't know how you would show that exactly.
You could draw a couple more
Asking really about accountability.
boxes. And
Yeah, I mean, I think people involved in all this want to know that their efforts, that there's some coordination to their efforts, since that's sort of our job. I think, you know, it would be good to leave us where we are, because that's appropriate, but maybe we ought to go up from that and have us and then the governor's office or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, let me add to that. I think it would be very helpful to have a hierarchical organization chart. I thought we were going to see actually who the regional councils are, who chairs them, what local councils exist, and within which regions, and who chairs those.
Okay, so you
I think that can be put all on one page, maybe two.
Okay.
I appreciate the idea of having the ability to drill down into a lot of detail on the website, but 9 times out of 10, I'm just going to want one sheet of paper.
Okay. And we can
Who the players
do
are.
that.
I think that's an excellent point. I mean, I think we need to know as well, you know, contacts not just in our own communities, but throughout the state, and how they're interacting. And to Lynn's point, I think that we need some sort of an accountability at, you know, maybe annually have some sort of report back, especially since they're receiving money, how it was spent, what they're doing, how they're reaching their goals, and have some sort of a synopsis of each one of the regional councils, where they are in developing. And also, I think they need to be charged with leadership. The Greater Houston P16 Council, and looking at the West and the Northwest that are now looking at creating more on-the-ground local P16 chapters, so to speak, we felt an obligation to encourage throughout the other parts of the city in Greater Houston that it was our responsibility to encourage others to form, so that we're not just showing preference to those that happen to have community leadership that are already engaged and interested, that it's our responsibility to create more P16s. That we would be maybe perhaps an umbrella organization. And I know we're still struggling with it, and I know Dallas is struggling in the opposite way. I sometimes feel like communities like El Paso and San Antonio are lucky because they have maybe one county and so many school districts, and it's more finite.
17 school districts.
Well, yeah. Well, we have 21 just in the county, and we have 54 in the region. So it's just, we need to figure out the best way, and I think no one can do it better than the coordinating board and TEA to really support those efforts.
At the same time, I don't think one approach is going to work for every community, obviously.
Oh, absolutely not.
Because we're struggling with that as well as, we went from dividing the city up geographically to now we have sort of task forces that are going to approach this. So, I mean, it's difficult. It just depends.
That begs the question, as Elaine describes that, are these issues committees, they're completely separate from the local councils?
Chris, you want to address that? What we view those issue committees, some of the councils that are regional with local units, like the Dallas group, will have a bridge council over the top. Then they have subcommittees that work on particular issues. And that's the reflection of those. They're really subcommittees of the sort.
Subcommittees of the regional council or subcommittees?
Or of the local council.
And perhaps they're not all members.
That's right.
Yeah.
They bring other people
That's a way
to the
to
table.
branch out.
Ours is organized around issues. And now this is we're still in the process of planning and getting validation from stakeholders, but what we had envisioned is focusing around major issues and topic areas. We boiled them down to 4. Off the top of my head, I can't.
Within the regional or within the local?
Within our regional. Within the broad regional. And then you break them up into issues, and you comprise task forces around those issues, and you bring the task force members from throughout the community, so that you're bringing more of the community together and reaching across geographical boundaries, and also a mix of poor versus wealthy, et cetera, et cetera. So that's how we're kind of doing it. So I think it can be interpreted differently by each council. I think what we're trying to say is you need to be issues. You need to address certain issues. Is that right?
Yeah. And then that was kind of why I kind of integrated the different representations there. Because not all models are the same. Not all councils are the same. Excuse me.
But they should have aspects. What I hear you saying is they should have aspects of these types of things.
And we will have for you at the board meeting at your places an attempt to do exactly what you're talking about,
Right.
a page or maybe 2 pages, depending on how it looks.
Yeah, I mean,
with the
play
detail.
With it, but I think there's a way. This gets the concept across, but it doesn't really tell me much if I want to interact with somebody. So,
Well, our point today was to try to get something on the table for the discussion, and we can go from there to flesh that out.
if each region is, following their own model and concept for what works in their area, then it may be that, you have your summary chart takes it to the regional level, and then you've got to have a separate chart for each region. But something that is as little paper as possible and has actual people's names on it.
Well, in our thinking, it was so much easier to do it electronically because you could hit it and then it could span out into how it looks. But I think we can put the essential elements of them on a chart.
Well, handing out a chart is proactive. Expecting someone to go to a website is passive. So, plus, it may depend on how old you are, but
Maybe passive aggressive.
Well, I think it's an important point in general is that, a website or a page isn't the solution to everything, because if you have it, you have to find a way to drive people to it.
right. That's
So
why-
I think you need to do both things, but many of our websites, we haven't yet done an adequate job of, I don't think, of driving people to those
that's
sites,
the real.
and it's nice to be able to have something in your pocket you can hand somebody as well.
we'll get that done.
Okay. Good discussion. Other comments?
Not much of this discussion or reports centered on what they're doing. A lot about how and administration and structure and funding, but and I'm new to this committee, so I would be interested, if not today, at future meetings in hearing like what were the best three takeaways from that workshop, for example, that other councils are plugging into, whether it was from E3 or what have you. You know, what was the substance?
That's a good point. And if you could take each of the regional P16s, local P16s, and let us know maybe in a paragraph what their focus is, because they're all so different, and they should be. But if you could give us that information, I think that would be really helpful.
We'll have that ready for your December meeting.
Okay.
That's actually part of their assignments. They have to come up with their mission statement, their objectives, their goals by November 2nd. So
we'll
have all that.
available.
Well, and I think that can get kind of lengthy, because I know that ours
I know.
are pretty lengthy, but I think that what you're asking is maybe something more specific as to what they're working on, what their top three issues are right now.
And once we get their assignments, we'll be able to do a synopsis of that and summarize it for you.
Okay. Other comments? Welcome, Commissioner. No other comments? No? Okay, thank you. Agenda item 4. The next item is consideration of recommending rules to the board for the October 2007 adoption. These proposed rules have been approved by the Commissioner for posting in the Texas Register, and we are asking the committee to recommend that they be adopted at the October board meeting. One additional rule was added to the board agenda materials after the committee agenda had been posted. It is Education Loan Repayment Program for attorneys employed by the Office of the Attorney General. Glenda, will you and your staff cover these proposed rules?
Yes, and I'm going to go through them fairly quickly. If you have questions, we have staff here who can go into detail if you need that. The first set of rules that we're proposing for adoption are the work study mentorship rules that you adopted in July on an emergency basis. It's now time to adopt them in the regular fashion. They have been posted in the Texas Register. There have been no changes to them as you saw them in July. Remember that legislation authorized the coordinating board to operate this program. It's a program that's different than the regular financial aid set of work study. And these are to allow college students to go into the public schools and work in the GO centers, serve as mentors, tutors, that sort of thing. And we were given $5 million over 2 years. So we have $2.5 million to give to the institutions to operate these programs. And so this is that set of rules. Questions on that? The second set of rules is on the Texas Governor School. You'll remember that we, through a memorandum of understanding with the Texas Education Agency, operated the Governor School this past year. During the legislative session, they changed the responsibility to the coordinating board, so this is the set of rules that actually put it in our rules package for operation of the Governor Schools for this upcoming year and thereafter. Questions on that?
Any questions?
Okay. The third are rules to implement a new state law, the Math, Science, and Technology Teacher Preparation Academies. These rules have been posted, and Evie is here if you have questions on that. Okay. The next is the Early High School Graduation Scholarship Program. These are provided to to put in place the definition of to graduate. Questions on that one?
Yes.
Dan Weaver, I hope. Oh, there's Dan. If you will join us.
Remind me about the concern that came up about the deadline of graduation. I'm trying to remember. Hi, Dan. I'm trying to remember that there was an issue of graduation, that it was so many months and it was prior to the date, and it didn't allow for students to get that scholarship.
If I remember correctly, it originally had 45 months or 40 months, was it? And they changed it to an odd number to allow the student.
Yeah, it essentially, and I'll do my best to answer this question. It essentially created a window where people were not able to qualify. And this, with the changing of the dates, it allows people to qualify for early graduation now when it used to not.
Right. It seemed like the window ended like, say, May 1st, and nobody graduates on May 1st. They
Correct.
graduate on May 20th or whatever.
Right. So the date changes was intended to include those early graduates.
Okay. Okay. That sounds good. Yeah, I just remember I received several phone calls about it. I couldn't remember what it was, so I'm hoping that this will resolve that.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and
Didn't mean to confuse everybody.
And then, Dan, you may should stay there because I think the next few are yours. The next one are the exemption programs for veterans and their dependents. This is in response to new legislation as well. Okay, the one that follows is the engineering scholarship program, which is also new. And this was one that was adopted on an emergency basis in July.
And all of the institutions know about these?
Absolutely.
Okay, because I know that there are existing programs at some universities that should be encouraged to participate, and probably it will certainly encourage more to emerge.
I know that during, once the legislation was passed, signed into law, that notification went to all the institutions about the programs. I can't speak to any follow-up that has gone on, but I would
Nor
believe.
can I.
I'm sorry, what?
Nor can I.
Oh.
But we can find out for sure.
Well, it seems like this would be a fairly easy way to send information out. I'm assuming that there's a way that you can email out certain pieces of information. This would be really important because I know that throughout the state, I remember reading even Star Awards where they have engineering programs that have evolved through the years. So it seems like that would really encourage more of them to apply.
We would hope. Then here's one that's also legislation. It's provisions regarding scholarships to relatives of board members. And those rules, if you have questions on that. Not, if we're asking that you approve these for board consideration, that you recommend the board approve those.
Okay.
Going back to 4D, I had one question about this early high school graduation. I'm not sure I understand. Why is there a need for any time reference in defining what it means to graduate? Why? I mean, in other words, couldn't it just be defined as? Maybe I'm missing the point, but couldn't it just be defined?
As I understand the point here is that when a student has received the credits that they need to graduate, if the definition to graduate meant that they had actually passed the time when the formal award was made. And the change in the rule changes that to when the student has satisfied the requirements for graduation. Dan, I probably need you to help if that's not a sufficient.
Well, yeah, that's what I thought.
You don't actually have to walk across the stage, have the ceremony part, if you have received the credits.
So I guess the time references really in here, that remain in here, only have to do with who's eligible for these early graduation scholarships.
That's correct.
That's a defined window in time.
That's correct. They're supposed to have graduated within 3 years, essentially, in order to qualify.
Does that answer your question?
I understand.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, may I have a motion to adopt the 8 rules?
Just wanted to see Dan walk back and forth.
Oh, okay. One more time, Dan. A motion to adopt the 8 rules as proposed by the commissioner.
So moved?
Elaine moves, and seconded by Fred. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 5 is a review of participation and success committee agenda items for the October 2007 coordinating board meeting. Glenda Barron will give us an update.
Okay, you have the list on the agenda item of the agenda for the meeting, and you will note that almost all of those items are items that we're going to discuss today, with the exception of two. C is approval of the Perkins State Plan for Perkins 4. You know that Perkins 4 was passed this past year, and that we are in a transition year, and the state plan is being prepared. We don't have the final version of the state plan. TEA is in the last stages of editing it. I talked to Sharon Jackson last night. She believes that it will be to us this week. If it comes to us in time for you to have it so that you can review it for the board meeting, this item may have to be postponed if that does not happen. The plan has to be through the State Board of Education and in Washington to the Department of Education by April of next year. At the time that we were putting this agenda together, we believed that item, we were going to have the document ready to go. It needed a little more work before we can do it, and we want it to be a good product. And so that item is one that's not on your agenda for today. And then the last item, M, is the Star Awards update. We have people who are in the process of reviewing those, the 9-member review team. We will have those results back. At our October 25th meeting, we will be able to give the list of the finalists and share that with people at that point. So those are the two items that you're not going to hear about in some detail today.
Okay, any questions? Nope. Moving right along. Item 6, updates on outreach and success initiatives. Glenda?
Okay. Our first item, what I'd like y'all to do is help me as we go through here where you would like more detail. We have staff who are ready to report on every one of these, but if you don't have questions, we will just move forward to the ones where we need to do a presentation. The first item is just a report on the P16 field specialists to let you know where we are with them. Our staff has been out, visited all 16 that are in place, and done an evaluation. You will, at your December meeting, have a full report on those field specialists. What we wanted to note here is the fact that we are shifting their work away from helping create Go Centers to being more in the support phase for the P16 councils. We are shifting their responsibilities. And Chris is here. If you would like to talk to him in more detail, have him talk about that. But this was just a background item for you. It was not intended as a formal report.
Okay. Questions of Chris?
Is it envisioned that these field specialists would be matrix to the P16 council organization and staff? Would they actually be housed there with them?
No,
Perhaps?
no, ma'am. That's not the role that we had envisioned. In support, we meant attending the meetings, providing any communication that we send out to the field to the P16 council, making sure that people in the leadership position there are informed with anything that comes out of this office or out of this agency, keeping them abreast as to other initiatives that are going on in the area. The P16 field specialists are very closely aligned with several other college readiness pieces as well, like the College Connection program, the Texas Work Study Mentorship program, other grants that we've awarded across the state. They're helping in different facets as well with those.
Thanks.
Then who is overseeing or is anyone overseeing the Go Centers?
They're going through a transition period right now where the Go Centers, as you know, we passed the URS recommendations, and the Go Center was one of the higher ed, public ed models that we highlighted as part of the URS, the new reporting system. So the focus is to ensure that our institutions at the local level, higher ed institutions, have staff that have been trained to conduct the G-Force training themselves. So it's kind of the train-the-trainer approach. So the field specialists are not the sole providers for that training. And in the 3 or 4 areas of the state that's already happened, Texas Women's University does their own collegiate G-Force training. UT Pan Am have staff that do their own collegiate G-force training. So that's already occurred in certain areas of the state. We're just trying to get all the other institutions up to the same level of involvement. And the Go Centers, we've got a lot of school districts that are now integrating the Go Center into their day-to-day activity. HISD recently is looking at the career and college readiness centers, but it's basically the Go Center model. One of our field specialists actually got hired by the school district to be the director of that program, so it kind of fits well across the state. Fort Worth ISD, as you know, has integrated Go Centers in all their high schools. Dallas ISD this year is looking at integrating that college and career center in all their high schools and having a college and career advisor for every high school.
Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Chris, do we have any information about how many school districts, if any, are using some of their high school allotment to support Go Centers?
No, sir.
Houston is, but I don't know about the others.
Yeah, we haven't received any report from the field on that, but we know, as you mentioned, Houston, we know that certain schools are, and we've shared that. We've dialogued with TEA, our colleagues at the P16 area, about that. So we know that that's a discussion point, and some folks are using it to purchase computers. Others are using it to fund the actual staff person, the Go Center sponsor. And in the Valley, they've used other funding, career and technology education funding, for that purpose of providing a financial aid advisor in the Go Center full-time.
Well, if the P16 specialists aren't responsible for the Go Centers, what would be the best way that we could show support, whether it's an official Go Center or whether it's a Career and College Readiness Center or the one that we saw at Lee High School? I mean, I don't know that that's an official Go Center, but it certainly is a very... Yeah. So how could we communicate to all of the high schools across the state that we want to help them, not to manage them, but to provide resources to them? Is there an effective way to do that? I know that a lot of them are getting individual grants in addition to fund them.
It is my belief that our field specialists will continue in a support role for the Go Centers. They will continue to provide information, to work with the colleges and universities and the public schools that have Go Centers or want to establish them. We're not divorcing them totally from it, like you can't have anything to do with it. And it's really in a transition as the school districts step up and as the institutions step up. So they are still in the field providing information, providing support, providing feedback to the staff here on where things are working, where we need to do a better job. So they're still there. I don't want you to get the impression that we have told them they can't have anything to do with the Go Center at all. That's not it. But it's that it is no longer their primary focus, which is where we had them last year doing the evaluations of the Go Center. That was their primary job, was out in the field, visiting the Go Centers, looking at how they were working and helping them improve.
And so it's a technical support role they'll be in. And this year, we're looking at this year as being the transition year. They have the whole year to kind of work with the institutions in their area, the school districts in their area, make sure they have everything they need so that they can provide technical assistance in the future. And, if we fund them beyond next year, that's still up in the air. But, we really want to make sure that the Go Centers are on solid ground and they have the infrastructure they need in place right now. And all the program directors, as Glenda mentioned earlier, did site visits across the state, visited all the field specialists, visited at least 2 to 3 Go Centers that were listed on our active Go Center list, and provided a summary report on their experiences.
So perhaps they kind of have a life of their own, like we have kind of provided the support and now they're...
planted the seed, and we want them to kind of grow their own, and for the most part, the feedback we received was very positive. Buy-in was the key thing, and from the beginning when we started the College for Texans campaign back in 2002, it was about creating local collaborations, getting local buy-in to the message, getting local support after that, where they kind of pitch in, and then local ownership, where it becomes their effort.
Are we still looking at mobile Go Centers, creating more, or?
I don't think we are the staff in Outreach and Success is not actively promoting more of those. I know that the foundation has received a number of requests for assistance on the technology piece, where we have money from the AT&T grant that will allow them to provide some technology for Go Centers that they are able to raise money for. ACC was able to raise money for, I think that was the most recent one, Dewey, am I right? So we've had a number of institutions that have gotten their own mobile Go Centers, and the foundation has been able to help on the technology component.
And the technical assistance, Dewey's been our technical advisor for the mobile Go Centers, and he's really offered some technical assistance to other institutions that receive funding from TG. They receive funding from the Pioneer Foundation of Texas and San Marcos. So there have been other funders stepping up to the plate to fund them, but we've still been able to provide some technical assistance in the development and the build-out of the actual tractor trailer.
With the P16 special advisor in the higher ed institution, would have some kind of a connection to the Go Center and the Collegiate G-Force? Is that how it's all going to be centered in one area? Or?
No, I think the special advisor, and correct me if I speak, but I think they're more of the focusing more on the college readiness, vertical alignment type of college readiness issues. So, did you want to speak to that, Evan?
Yeah, what this report says that's also what the P16 field specialist focus is supposed to be this year as well, college readiness.
All right.
So, how many field specialists are there?
There are 16.
Actually, we just lost one. There's 15.
15.
Yeah.
Well, there's 16 slots.
Right.
Okay, and there's 220 Go Centers.
Yes.
So obviously, somebody's operating these Go Centers other than...
Oh, absolutely. And our field specialists were never operating the Go Centers. They were the contact that helped the institute, the public schools, and the colleges and universities see where the needs were and help get those established according to the guidelines that we have. Providing information, providing training to the G-Force members.
The funding for the Go Centers comes from grants that are independent of anything having to do with the field specialists?
Yes.
Of the 16 slots, like in Houston, there's only, I think, 2 of the 4, right?
No, there's only one.
Oh, now there's only 1.
Erica hired Letitia away from us, so, which is a good thing. They're both in HISD now, and they can have a greater impact at the district level.
Okay.
So,
Are there plans to fill those positions?
we've been in dialogue with Donna Fields, who is the on-site supervisor at HCC, and they're looking at posting the position. And
Well, don't let Donna Scott get away, because she's awesome.
No, I know.
She's been a tremendous support to the P16 effort. Incredible.
And that's what we hope they all do.
She's been just amazing.
To whom did the field specialists report?
The field specialists have an on-site supervisor as a part of our contract with the institutions who employ them. And then Chris and the staff here are additional supervisors. And that's why they were out in the field doing their annual evaluations. So they're actually evaluated by their on-site employer and also by the staff here at the coordinating board.
So they're getting across the state, they're getting a consistent sense of direction and mission, repurposing their mission.
That is the intent. We've had some ups and downs. We continue to work with some institutions to be sure that it is at our standard across the state. We have programs that are just superior, working with the field specialists, and then occasionally we have issues that we have to deal with.
Well, if more of them are hired away by the local groups, I would pay real close attention to that. It probably tells us something.
Yeah. Well, I think what it tells us in this particular case is that we had really good people that were very effective, and as HISD decided they were going to take this on and it was going to be their effort, they were looking for people who had those kind of qualifications. And it's our loss, but it's also our gain because we now have those people in the field.
Right. We have those relationships.
Yes. Okay, our second item, if we're ready for it, Jennifer Tywater. Jennifer, if you'll come up. Jennifer is an employee of the College for Texas Foundation. She is housed in our Outreach and Success Division, and she is going to report to us today on the AmeriCorps Vista Grant in the work that's going on in San Antonio and that we hope is going to expand to Houston and Dallas within this next year. Jennifer has a PowerPoint, and she'll give us about 3 to 5 minute presentation.
Well, thank you so much. I know I've met Elaine. Nice to see you again. And I'll give you a brief introduction of myself since I don't know many of you. My name's Jennifer Tywater. I'm a native local Central Texan, grew up in Bastrop. I graduated from St. Edward's University with a BA in sociology. And I spent the last 3 years providing community service through various AmeriCorps programs in Oregon and Texas. In my last year, I was here at the coordinating board as an AmeriCorps Vista leader with this program. So I helped get it off the ground and recruited members and supported and guided them, and now I'm the new program coordinator. I guess we're having some problems.
We have technical issues.
Well, I had a really awesome picture of our members with their puppets. Oh, you have it. Okay, good. Well, the puppets shown in the picture was a program that our Vistas came up with in the San Antonio area to connect with the younger youth at the elementary school level. So they created a college-going message presentation that they provided in the elementary school, so it was really exciting. I'm not sure if many of you know about the AmeriCorps program, so I'll talk about it just briefly. AmeriCorps Vista stands for Volunteer in Service to America. They've been around for over 40 years. And AmeriCorps members are full-time community service volunteers who work primarily in low-income areas to help eliminate poverty. So our AmeriCorps members spend 40 hours a week in the K-12 campuses in San Antonio, and soon in Houston area as well. Move on. This brief timeline of the history of Vista, it started with President John F. Kennedy's War on Poverty, and over the last 40 years there have been over 140,000 Vista volunteers serving, and today there are over 6,000 volunteers who serve in different capacities across the U.S. every year. In 1993, the Vista program merged with AmeriCorps and is now overseen by the Corporation for National Community Service. CNCS oversees the 3 AmeriCorps programs, NCCC, which is the National Civilian Community Corps, which was also modeled after the Civilian Conservation Corps. I always get that wrong, but my great-grandfather was part of it in the 1830s, and they serve as a team-based group. Most recently, they've been doing a lot of the Hurricane Katrina rebuilds. AmeriCorps state programs are in Texas run through the One Star Foundation, or the governor-appointed service commission, and they provide grants for part-time and full-time AmeriCorps members. The coordinating board and the foundation just received an AmeriCorps part-time grant, which is really exciting. And the national program just provides grants all over. Anyone can apply for those grants. And then there's the Vista program. And Vistas are all full-time. There's no part-time opportunities. It's a 1-year commitment to service. So all of our volunteers have to be committed with no outside work or school. And they work 40 hours a week, and it's on a 24/7 basis. So if there's something going on in the community, we expect that they be part of that, helping to build capacity and bringing in local community members to the schools to help promote college awareness. And just as a brief overview of our program and what we've done in the last year, in August of 2006, CNCS granted our AmeriCorps Vista grant, and we were really excited. And within that month, in October, we recruited 10 AmeriCorps members for our program, which was a quick turnaround, but we got some good ones. And they ranged from recent college graduates all the way up to experienced members of the community or retired educators who wanted to come back and give their service. In December of 2006, all of these members went through a comprehensive training through the National AmeriCorps program, and then we provided subsequent training on Go Center initiatives. And then in January, we launched the program in San Antonio schools, and they got started. We started with 10 campuses, and now we've moved up, and we're excited to keep growing in those numbers. Between January and now, the VISTA members have established Go Centers or enhanced ones that were already there and maybe didn't have a sponsor or someone leading the efforts. They've recruited and are maintaining high school G-Force, collegiate G-Force, and parent G-Force, which is something new that our middle school and elementary VISTA members have been creating on their campuses. They've also, through our partnership with Communities in Schools, which is an at-risk dropout prevention program, our VISTAs have been creating summer programs where they can continue the Go Center efforts when the schools are technically closed. And the exciting part, here are some highlights from our program so far. 6,688 students have been served through the Go Center and reached through our VISTAs and community volunteers. And this is within the first 9 months of the program. So we're starting, this fall is our second semester in the schools. 1,300 of those students were reached through the summer programs of this past summer. We have recruited 61, and that number is already rising. High school G-Force members and the parent G-Force numbers are rising as well, so we're really excited. And I believe when we first started in the San Antonio area, there were only a couple high schools that had a low number of G-Force, so we're really excited to get that number up. Our VISTA members have solicited over $2,500 of in-kind donations to help them with their programming. And right now we are up 20% on our goal. Our goal is to have 20 of our campuses in San Antonio that have AmeriCorps VISTA members. And we've also created a new partnership with local corporations in the San Antonio area to start a Straight to College program. And we've recruited 20 students and parent cohort for Harlandale Middle School, and the pilot program partners are CIS, AT&T, Pioneers of America, and Frost Bank, as well as the College for All Texans Foundation. And this is a college savings and planning program. So it's a year-long, and actually we're going to follow these students up until high school. They starts in 8th grade. And they are fulfilling workshops on financial literacy and education for not only the students but their parents as well. Frost Bank is providing savings accounts for these students and parents to start saving for their college, and AT&T is providing a one-to-one match for this program. There's also other incentives for these students based upon their academic performance, attendance, and behavior. They can receive more of the match funds that go into their account, in which they can only use for college when they get to that point. So we're really excited about this program. It's going to be launching this spring. The pilot program, infrastructure, this is just a list of our partners that we communicate with and work with for San Antonio. Houston's going to be a little bit different of a structure, but this is kind of how we got into the San Antonio schools. CIS provides a lot of the access that we needed to get into San Antonio schools, and they provide structure, on-site supervisors, and other program needs. Texas Campus Compact, the statewide service learning organization, we're hoping to utilize them more to create and strengthen partnerships between institutions of higher education and the K-12 campuses by promoting service learning programs and volunteers. The College for All Texans Foundation has been wonderful, and they host our grants from AmeriCorps. And then we also work with the retired and senior volunteer programs in which we recruit VISTA members and other community volunteers to give back to their communities. This is just a list of the schools that we're in so far in the San Antonio area. We have 7 high schools, 5 middle schools. 2 of the academies are pre-K through 8th grade students. So we have VISTAs who are really reaching down to those lower level of students and planting the seed of college in them and their parents. And then Harlandale Middle School is our Straight to College pilot program campus. Our visions for this year are to expand the program to Houston by recruiting volunteers, and hopefully we're working with HISD on all that. We also hope to recruit additional volunteers for our San Antonio program to reach our goal of 20. And then we all hope to create partnerships in Dallas to expand the VISTA program later on down the road. And then we hope to strengthen our GForce and service learning partnerships. And I just added a couple of the FAQs. How are our VISTAs creating sustainability? And part of that is by providing continuity in the schools. VISTA programs typically last 3 years, sometimes longer. But it's our hope that within 3 years, that each campus who's had VISTA members constantly in there, providing that resource to the community, will have a much more and strengthened Go Center, and also have more community members who are engaged in that college-going message and culture, so that they can create, more of that. How do we recruit VISTA volunteers? We recruit nationally and locally. I do a lot of recruitment to recent college graduates. We go into some professors and talk to their classes about AmeriCorps VISTA and our program. We also work with a lot of the retired teacher organizations and associations within San Antonio and different areas. They have a lot to give back, and they've been really wonderful. Lessons that we learned so far: it's always a challenge to be a guest on a K-12 campus, so we help better prepare our VISTA members for those challenges and help them to become opportunity thinkers and how to get around some of the obstacles. We've also learned, we really need to know what type of VISTA member we're looking for in our community. So we've learned a lot of lessons with our recruitment, and are excited to, we're currently recruiting and on an ongoing basis, so we're always looking for the greatest of people. Opportunities that VISTAs have after their year of service: well, I can speak for myself that I was able to get myself a full-time position, which has been wonderful. And some of our other VISTAs who will be leaving are also CIS of San Antonio is looking for some of them to become full-time members. And a lot of them are actually going back to graduate school or law school. The data that we're collecting, we collect different types of data, especially from our VISTAs on reporting. They report their daily logs of service, what they're doing, and then talk about ways that they're making a difference in the community on a monthly basis. But we also track the student services that are being offered through the Go Centers, and we're hoping to launch an online database within the next couple months that the College for All Texans Foundation has created. And how does CNCS evaluate our program? We have a program director who's just amazing from the corporation, and she provides regular site visits to our Go Centers, and we provide her with quarterly reports. And they also evaluate us on our renewal grant process. So are there any other questions that I might be able to answer?
Well, I have to say, Jennifer, this is an excellent report, and we are real lucky to have you. If you need any help in Houston, it's been said that some school districts have a bureaucracy. I don't understand why they say that, but if you need any help at all, I'm happy to help you.
Thank you so much.
Questions, comments?
You don't have a twin, do you?
I know. If she does, we've got her. We can claim her.
Great report.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments?
Super.
Good job, Jennifer.
Thanks.
Thank you. The item that follows this item, Jennifer referred to that grant. This is information only. It's a written report on $240,000 that has come into support member stipends and so on. The item D, the Gates Foundation grant. We were hoping at the time we put this agenda together that we would have results on our application to Gates. We can say that Nina Wright, our grant writer, has been in constant contact with Gates. Things are proceeding well. We've provided all the additional information they've asked for, and we are hopeful to hear at any point that we have been funded. And if we are funded, we will be expanding what you have just heard in Houston, and we would like to be able to expand into Dallas as well.
Well, I want to thank Nina for your hard work. I know that, again, some school districts maybe have a reputation of having a little bit of a struggle to get into, and you've done an outstanding job, and I appreciate it. I think we all do. Good.
Great. Okay. Our next item, E, on TopCat, this is an update for you. We have done an in-house evaluation, and the results have not shown that we have gotten more students participating in using TopCat. So the staff is working through the contract requirements and working with TEA on ending the TopCat agreement that we currently have. We are not at that point yet. TEA has collected all the data. I found out yesterday they have all the data they need for the evaluation, so that termination of the contract this fall would not impact what TEA has invested funds in. And so the staff in ONS will be making a recommendation to David and to the commissioner related to TopCat. Probably by the end of this week, we'll have everything together. John Dobridge, who is in our purchasing area, who's our contract specialist on these kinds of efforts, is putting together the information we will need to use with Bill Franz to terminate that service with the least cost to the agency.
There are other free SAT prep programs, correct?
Yes. There's something important to add, and maybe Chris would want to say about something about this, because there's been some evolution in TopCat that suggests that if one wants to use it, one doesn't need to pay for it.
When we were at the table dialoguing about what we wanted changed to TopCat per our contract, those changes were made across the entire system. So their free system that they offered, we saw some areas that we could improve upon and maybe tweak just a bit, and so they incorporated that into the overall tool. That being said, while TopCat, if we decide to cancel the contract, we still talked about creating that link from our website to the number2.com website, and it would still allow students free access to that information. The only thing we wouldn't get is the data. However, if school districts set up a coach and a mentor to follow that student, they would be able, at the individual school level, to track the information for that student. We, at the state level, wouldn't be able to get that information. But I think if we still continue to provide that service to students, that's kind of the most important thing.
That is the most important thing. Okay, good. Questions?
And that it's at a savings to the state.
Yeah.
Item F is a written report for you on a grant that we received last year from Texas Guaranteed Student Corp, TG now. I keep wanting to go to the old TGSLC. This is a report of the G-Force grant that we got of $300,000. These are the results and some of the comments on it. We included this just as information so that you'd know how those funds were expended and some of the results of those. We applied for TG support this year during the first round of competition that was concluded in September. We did not receive additional funding from TG for our request. So we will continue to work with them and get in the next cycle of grant funds that are available. They have some better uses for their money for this upcoming fall award, and we will continue to work for them. The most promising thing from that is they have indicated that they will help us support telethons if we decide we want to do telethons in February. The financial aid telethons that we've done in the past. And so that we will have on the table in the next week or so to make a decision as to whether or not we're going to do that. And they have offered financial help to support that.
Any critique from the grant that will help improve the next round of application, or is it
Actually, when I spoke to the people at TG, they were so complimentary of Nina Wright, who had helped them with their process. We offered Nina services to them, and they were very apologetic that this is the first competition we've been in that we did not get an award. And they said it was that they had so many really terrific grants, that applications that came in, that they just ran out of funds before ours were rated. So we're we certainly will continue to compete. And Nina, would you like to comment on that? Come up to the microphone if you will, please.
There were some other issues that arose during this time because we were applying for funding for Gates and TG together, and there was a change in geographic focus. We asked TG after the time we submitted and before the time awards were made, if it would be possible for us to change geographic focus at that point, and they said no, that would require a whole new application. So when they did decline it, they also gave us a route to follow to ask for funding before their next regular funding cycle. So once we receive word from Gates, then we'll be able to go back to TG. Well, if we learn before December from Gates, we will be able to go back to TG with that same request, but with the correct geographic focus. So,
Nina, while you're at the microphone, would you like to explain what they have in front of them as a reference?
Oh, okay, sure.
Just do that all at one time.
I just put this chart together so if you were interested in these grants, you'd know sort of briefly where they're similar and where they're different. All four of these are working with Ghost Centers, but it's enhancements to the Ghost Center model, or the basic model that we started with. And so you can just see, I don't want to spend a lot of your time on this, but if you have any questions looking at it, I'd be glad to answer those questions. Basically, we're trying to get full-time people into Ghost Centers because in the 2004 evaluation, that was shown as a big problem. The other thing that we're trying to do in response to that evaluation is improve evaluation. Now, in the Gates proposal, there's going to be a very extensive evaluation. The coordinating board is contributing greatly to that, as well as Gates Foundation. And as Jennifer mentioned, we have this new and improved SLIC data collection tool that we're working on, and we hope that that will really improve because we want to be able to track students individually, so we'll know that those students who get services and what services they get, be able to determine which services are making a difference.
Any questions, Lynn? I just have a comment on the geographic focus. I understand focusing where we're focusing. But I just keep worrying about all those areas that aren't in our targeted areas and all the areas that don't have a local higher ed institution. And I think whenever we can, if we can partner up, and I know y'all are eager to do this, with someone who's in one of those black holes, that we will do that.
That's a good point. Other comments? Hey, Glenda?
Yes.
Okay. What was that? I didn't hear that. I think she said like Bastrop.
Everybody else is quiet because we're all on the geographical focus.
Agenda item E is an update on study on African American males. If you have questions about that, the first meeting of that group is October 11th, and so at our next committee meeting we'll have a report of where we are at that point. Ron Brown is here. If you have any questions, this is really an information item for you.
Any questions?
Just a comment. David, have you shared with Ron the algebra study that we did last year?
No, but we should do that. I'm glad you brought it. I hadn't even thought of that. Thanks for reminding me.
Algebra study? Okay.
And also, speaking of, there's an article in the Houston Chronicle about the AP exams given to more and more high schools, in particular minority students, in particular males. So that would be another one. And Ron, you had asked me several months ago, I believe, about single-sex schools.
Would you come up to the microphone, Ron?
I think that some school districts did it even though it wasn't approved by the United States Department of Ed, but now that it is, they're doing it anyway, and very successfully. There are several African-American male schools throughout the state, and have you had contact with them?
No, actually, we've looked at several models actually based in New York that have had tremendous success. The African American Male Academy there in New York City has shown almost a 50% increase in SAT scores and college enrollment. So we've looked at that, but I really wasn't aware that there were that many African American male schools here.
There are two that are coming to mind in Houston. I remember you were in on an email several months ago about it. One is Reverend Lawson's school. It's I don't remember what the acronym stands for, but it's Wallop Academy. Is an African American male school, and then the other one is Provision, which is also, they're building a huge facility. It's a charter school that's within a school district. And it's not an open enrollment charter, it's a school district charter. So I'm thinking if you're looking for leadership throughout the state, that you might talk to the directors of these various schools and get their input.
I will do.
I'll put in a plug for this charter school of a daughter of a friend of mine who started several years ago in East Washington, D.C. It's called D.C. Prep, and it's all African American, not single sex, but all African American, and their results are just astounding.
Yeah.
I'll send you the.
Okay, I appreciate that.
If you need that, again, it's been a while since I remember the email going around, but I can recreate it somehow and get you those names. So I would think that you'd want to go across the state and look at leadership that can help support your efforts.
Yeah, we've done that also. We also have the Teacher of the Year here in AISD who's going to attend the meeting as well, and he had several helpful hints of how to address African American males as well. So we've got quite a distinguished list attending the meeting on the 11th. So.
There's also two organizations in Houston of the African American ministers. They're kind of busy right now with the bond election, so if you would detract them from that, I would appreciate that, so you can get them, focused on something else.
Okay.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
The item that follows, item H, is a written report on the first meeting of the Hispanic Higher Education Task Force. And we have already covered item I, the Perkins State Plan, as an update to let you know where we are on that, which brings us to agenda item 7.
Okay. The update on license plate marketing. And we're going to have a report by Carlos Famat, Director of Marketing. And we have the visual somewhere. Where is that?
We'll show them to you really quick.
Yeah, very cool.
It's our movie star.
Yes.
One of the most 100 influential Hispanics.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, commissioner, staff. Just giving you an update on what we want to on the license plate. As some of you already know, of course, in the last legislative session, the coordinating board received authorization to issue its own license plate. Commissioner Paredes jumped right on it and assigned me that project as the first project once I started working here in June. And working closely with the Texas Department of Transportation to expedite the process, we've now received approval of our design, and we're moving to make the plate available to the public by early 2008. Our design, as you can see, is one that we feel will have wide appeal and make it very marketable to the Texas drivers. We will collaborate with a professional marketing vendor to assist us in developing and implementing a statewide media launch and promotional campaign. We propose to use traditional media to promote the plate to the general public, and more tightly targeted media to promote it to our natural constituency of more than 600,000 educators in the state. Things like direct mail, direct sales at education conferences, and sales through business and community partnerships. The commissioner recently made a presentation in New York to Time Warner Corporation to ask for assistance and support for our promotional campaign. Our goal is to sell 100,000 plates in the first 2 years, and that would bring $2 million $200,000 to the coffers of the College for Texans Foundation to fund stipends for Texas students through Texas grants and to support K-12 outreach activities. That's where we are right now, and we're really anticipating knowing, as soon as we know when the plates will be available, we plan to put together our campaign, and we're ready to launch, and we're very excited about it.
Do individual colleges and universities across the state, I don't remember the answer to this, do they have their own license plates?
Yes, they do. There are, I believe, 49 different colleges and universities in Texas that have their own license plate.
Commissioner?
We did some market research on this, and we found, first of all, that less than 2% of all vehicles in Texas have specialized plates. So despite the fact that we have many available, they're not bought very frequently. We also found that selling the plates is very much a function of how attractive they are. And the one that people universally regard as being most attractive is the state-of-the-arts plate, which promotes Texas pride and so forth, and is easily identifiable. We also found out that the Texas Commission on the Arts spends about $100,000 a year marking the plate, which is actually a minimal amount. And their constituency, their natural constituency of season ticket holders for performing arts companies in large cities, the Houston Ballet, the Austin Lyric Opera, and so forth, is actually quite small. It's probably less than 100,000 patrons across the state. We have this huge pool of educators, people who have an interest in education, parents and students themselves, and we think that we have a very large untapped market. I made a presentation to the Time Warner Corporate Foundation in New York last Thursday, and although they didn't make a specific commitment, they did say that they would help us. One of the people that was at the meeting is the president of Time Warner Cable, which of course has a very large presence in Texas, and she said that she thought that one of the things that she would be willing to do would be to put a design, the design of the plate, along with information about how to buy the plate on every Time Warner truck in Texas.
Wow.
Which would obviously be very useful to us. So we feel good about the prospects for marketing this plate. We're going to set up tables at all large educational conferences. Carlos had I think it was your idea, had a wonderful idea about getting car dealerships to promote the plate. So we think there's a very large market, and my goal, people don't want to articulate it because they might think it's too ambitious, but I think we could sell a couple 100,000 of these plates every year after a couple of years of marketing. We have also found that people in large majorities renew their plates just automatically.
Right.
So it's not something we have to that we have to worry about losing every year. So I think the prospects are quite good for having a very high sale. I think this could be the primary funding stream for the foundation.
One of the keys, as the commissioner has said, is promoting it properly for the first 2 years. That's what's going to really launch this and have it be self-sustaining after a few years, where we will be able to do just not a minimum but a much smaller campaign to keep it as top-of-mind awareness and have the renewals continue to come in.
You'll notice that the plate that was through computer graphics put on my car, that's CTG 2015, and I've already claimed rights to that plate. So that would be not only a specialty plate, but a personalized plate.
It's a cool flight.
Yeah.
It's very cool. Any comments?
I have one comment. I wish I weren't sitting next to Raymond because he's going to kick me. But I just have to say, I think there should be one small Spanish word on this plate. And right in the middle of that star is a good place for it.
So noted.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry.
How small?
No.
And what word? Underlay. I was thinking.
Well, remember, the purpose of the plate is to fund outreach activities, and one of our high priorities for the use of the funds that we generate through the sale of this plate would be to do some Spanish language marketing.
Absolutely.
This is going to be rolled out when does the 24-month sales objective start?
We're hoping that by January of 2008, the plates will be available, and if we get notice early enough, we hope to do a before Christmas campaign to promote it, so that it would be a great little stocking stuffer.
Instead of Christmas ornaments, you give people certificates.
It sure would.
So how far along is the written marketing plan to roll this out?
We've got a preliminary one. We've had some preliminary talks with a vendor. We may have to go through a process for nailing that down, but we're well ahead of the planning. We know what we want to do.
So are we going through an RFQ process to hire a
We would have to do that if we are the purchaser of the services. There's a possibility that if we did it through the foundation, we wouldn't have to go through the process of an RFP and RFQ. So,
will there be time for the foundation to, with Carlos's help, present a written marketing plan for this at our October board meeting?
we can have one ready. Yes, certainly.
I mean, I heard some good ideas.
Yeah, and I hope that
you'll sell this many without getting corporations to do what the Time Warner chief executive stated she was willing to do.
I agree.
Really like to see that marketing.
Not only for funding, but of course for support, to be able to have them be able to help us sell it.
Right. There's some good ideas I heard today, but I'd like to see point by point.
Absolutely.
Implementation plan. The last question I had is about the grant I had the presentation on. Is the amount of the grant request in here?
No, this was intended to be a preliminary presentation. They haven't requested a formal proposal. I was asked at the end of the meeting what I had in mind, and I know what the average amount of a Time Warner grant is, and so I said to Lisa Quiroz, who's the president of the Time Warner Foundation, that we were planning to request $500,000 over 2 years. The average size of their grant is about $175,000 a year. So this is a little bit more than what they typically fund.
So that'd be $500,000 spread.
$500,000. Yes. And we've found some funds internally that we can use to launch our marketing campaign.
That would be, this grant would go to the foundation?
Yes.
And would it be limited to just the rollout of this, or can that grant be used for a broader public awareness and marketing campaign?
It would be used specifically for the license plate.
Other questions? Okay.
Thanks, Carlos.
Item 8 is an update on college readiness and success initiatives.
We provided you with written descriptions of where we are on the items: education research centers, course redesign, the STEM project, and so on. Ms. Bricker, do you want us to go through these individually? Lynette and other staff are here to comment on those. What we had really intended is if you had specific questions on any of them, that we would address those questions.
I'm okay with not going through it, but I want to see what questions my colleagues have. And also, I guess the one question that I have is this available on the website?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You're talking about the document and the calendar. Yes, it is.
And have we shared this with TEA? Are they familiar with our dual role and responsibility?
Yes, they are familiar with this document. Our staff and the TEA staff meet almost weekly.
Okay, well, that's great.
And in fact, sometimes multi-times each week. And in fact, many of our colleagues from CEA have joined us. I see a group in the back right now.
Well, I think that's really important that y'all have that dialogue going, because this is certainly, you know, it's no one owns it and everyone owns it, and that's the way it needs to be.
And before we go to the item 9, which is the college readiness item, if we're there, we have a new staff member that just got through with his personnel orientation that I would like to introduce. Dr. Mark Lopez, who has just come into the room, has just joined us this week. Mark is here to help us with the uniform recruitment retention strategy and our work with recruiting Hispanic students into higher education.
Great. Welcome.
And you will get to know Mark. I wasn't quite sure whether he was going to be able to even get in the room today, so I've been reluctant to build that in at some point to introduce him, but he got released, and so he is here.
He joined us from the University of Maryland.
He just finished his dissertation at the University of Maryland, gave me a copy of it when he started on Monday.
That's great. Welcome. We look forward to working with you. Okay, before we go to item 9, I just wanted to interject one thing, since the commissioner wasn't here when I was first making introductions. I want to announce to everyone, and I'm sure that this will be announced at our board meeting this month, that our commissioner has been named one of the top 100 most influential Hispanics in the country. And of course, we already knew that, but now everybody knows that. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
That's very impressive. Also, the commissioner and I will be representing, I guess, the state of Texas, as well as the coordinating board at a conference, the National College Access Network conference in Los Angeles this weekend and next week, making presentations on our P16 councils throughout the state and the impact and effect that they've had. Very soon, hopefully, we'll be able to announce a new NCAN grant that they've been working with us on, and I've introduced the person from NCAN, David Swedlow from Ohio, to various members of the communities across the state so that he can do for you all what he has done for us, and that is help us get grant money for our P16 councils.
Great.
So, are we ready for item 9? Consideration of recommendation to the board relating to draft college readiness standards and expectations that address what students must know and be able to do to succeed in entry-level courses offered at institutions of higher education. And this item is going to be discussed, I'm sorry.
Yes. We can be sure we do it exactly right.
Okay. Before we start this meeting, since we're a little bit early, we're going to have about a 5-minute break because we're posted to start at 11 o'clock. So we're going to have about a 5-minute break, and then we'll continue.
What do we do without attorneys?
I don't want to take a risk.
Item 9 is the consideration of recommendation to the board relating to draft college readiness standards, heavy emphasis on the word draft, and expectations that address what students must know and be able to do to succeed in entry-level courses offered at institutions of higher education. And this is going to be a little bit unusual. We're going to actually, my colleague Lynn Phillips is going to open her meeting on academic excellence and research, and we're going to do this together. Are there any State Board of Education members, board members in attendance? We want to make sure we recognize them. Okay, Lynn?
Let me call to order the Committee on Academic Excellence and Research. My name is Lynn Phillips. I'm the new chairman of this committee, and for the sake of the people in our web audience who may just now be joining us, I will tell you that I'll reintroduce Elaine Mendoza, who is vice chair of this committee and is also on the Participation and Success Committee. Laurie Bricker, who is also on Academic Research and Excellence and is chair of Participation and Success. And Joe Hinton is a member of Academic Excellence and Research. He's coming. And we're also happy to have Fred Heldenfels here with us in our Academic Research and Excellence.
As a guest to that.
As a guest. And I guess for the record, Laurie, is there anybody else you need to introduce on your committee, or did I?
I don't think so. Our board, for those of you that don't know, has now been reduced to a board of 9, with one pending at some point in the future. So we're actually a board of 8, so that's why we're on various committees of one another. Actually, I think it works to all of our advantages because that keeps us engaged in all aspects of the agency and of the coordinating board.
And Joe Stafford, who is head of our area of the coordinating board, is here with us, battling a cold, but nevertheless here, sitting far away from anyone.
I'm going to stay as far away as I dare.
No hugs for Joe today.
Yeah, that's right.
And Glenda Barron, Commissioner Paredes, and David Gardner, our other executive officers here with us today, who've already been introduced, but we're reintroducing them. Laurie?
Okay, Evie Hyatt will introduce the item and set up the discussion.
Excuse me. You all are about to embark on a very exciting journey, I think, with the introduction of the college readiness standards. I do want to just start by saying that the draft is still being worked on. The co-chairs are now going through a final review and edit, and they will be in a final form for your review on approximately October 16th. But the purpose of this presentation is to, first slide, is to explain the genesis of the college readiness standards process, outline how the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board hopes to implement the standards. We're going to do a brief summary of what the vertical team process was, review the structure of the standards, then provide a timeline for the future work that you're going to be doing, and then offer the recommendation that we would like the committees to make to the full board. And by the way, I think it's important to know that right now TEA and the coordinating board are working in total concert on the vertical team process. And if you go to this first slide, it talks about the history. The very first part of the development of college readiness standards required that vertical teams be created that were composed of both public school educators and higher education faculty. There were 4 teams. There are 4 teams in English language arts, mathematics, science, and social studies. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that the work starts to diverge a little bit. It doesn't mean that we're not going to be working together, but one will be focusing on public schools and the other will be focusing more on higher education. According to the law that was passed, there has to be a gap analysis done of the college readiness standards and the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. The college readiness standards will be aligned with the high school curriculum, and by law there will be curricular strategies, professional development materials, and online student support services developed. I think that one question people might have is, why did we need college readiness standards when Texas is a state that has such a strong high school curriculum and a strong set of curricular documents? But there are differences between high school standards and college readiness standards. And high school standards basically provide a definition that is appropriate for all students. High school standards are an endpoint. That looks at high school graduation as its reference point. They tend to focus on content knowledge, and they are often used as a basis for state testing. As opposed to this, college readiness standards are for students who have post-secondary aspirations. Perhaps more important, they serve as a beginning point for the general education courses, and that's what their reference point is, entry-level courses. They focus on content knowledge and on the cognitive strategies, such as research skills, critical thinking, creative thinking, and how you would use those across the disciplines. And also they're typically, and they have not yet, been used to specify state high school standards or as part of an accountability system. This is where the exciting journey begins. The college readiness standards can be used for a variety of things. First, they can be used to help high schools establish a challenging level of content that would be necessary for success in college. They also can be used, and by law ours will be used, to align high school and college courses. They can be used to create a rigorous senior year. They can help IHEs increase course consistency, not standardization, consistency among institutions. And they can develop better college placement criteria. And you're going to see our effort to implement some of these in the recommendations that we propose at the end. The definition of college readiness standards that we've included in the definition, in the law, is what students should know and be able to do to succeed in entry-level college courses. Now, what we mean by success in an entry-level college course is that you would be able to proceed to the next course in the sequence, or that you would be able to transfer that knowledge to other courses in other disciplines. The next part, do you all have any questions so far? I'm always suspicious when there are no questions from people. The Higher Education Coordinating Board intends to implement, yes, particularly with you, hopes to implement these college readiness standards in a variety of ways, and I'm going to go into that and also summarize the vertical team process. First of all, as we're envisioning it, the process has three phases to it. The first phase is a standards development process, and that's the phase we are currently almost at the end of. The second phase will be standards validation, and the third will be materials development. Put this into one sentence. The goal is to define, which is phase one, what the standards are. Phase two will be to validate those standards, and phase three will be to operationalize them in a way that aligns high school preparation with college readiness. Now, to go over the vertical team process, which was phase one, and again, this is a reminder of information that you've had in the past. The teams were composed of both secondary and post-secondary educators. Because these were college readiness standards, the 10-member teams were composed of 60% higher ed faculty, 40% public ed. The process was facilitated by EPIC, which is chaired by Dr. David Conley, who you've heard give presentations before. The vertical teams had 4 face-to-face meetings, but I know I speak for the team members when I say if they thought that that was all they were going to do, they received a shock. They did have to review, and they did review as part of their process, national and state standards during the review process and during their meetings. They also had online homework, and it's always nice when you have faculty members complaining about homework the way you have students complaining about homework. There was consultation between EPIC, between TEA and the coordinating board throughout the entire process with the vertical team co-chairs. And currently, the co-chairs are completing their final review of the draft document. Now, one of the things that's important is that by law, and this has been stressed continually by the Commissioner of Higher Ed, this board does not have the authority to make any curricular changes to the public school curriculum. So by their nature, the college readiness standards are general statements. You're going to have greater specificity about those standards through phases 2 and 3. And while this process will be facilitated by EPIC, Dr. Phillips, earlier you asked about the P16 special advisors. They are going to be a critical part of this process, as opposed to the field specialists who come out of the outreach side of most institutions. The P16 special advisors are out of the academic side of the house. And again, we've given them probably more work than they are anticipating. But we are really going to be using them to assist us in validating the college readiness standards, because we are going to need sample syllabi from institutions around the state. We're going to need assignments, reading lists, criteria for grading. We're also going to need samples of student work. And we're hoping that these people help facilitate that process on their campus. And as an aside, we have a meeting with the P16 special advisors on, we divided them up into 3 groups, October 9th through the 11th, when they'll be getting their assignments. Phase 2 of the standards is a standards validation process, and this will be taking place through most of 2008. After the standards are drafted and approved by the coordinating board and the Commissioner of Education, we're going to find out what is actually being taught and expected in entry-level courses. These results will be compared with the college readiness standards that you adopted, and we're going to look to see if there are discrepancies, and if so, we will be asking for modifications to be made in the college readiness standards. Phase 3 is going to be taking all that information that we got during Phase 2, and we're going to be creating materials that will assist those institutions in modifying college readiness, their entry-level college courses. We'll probably have to do some review of the core curriculum. There will be models of best samples of syllabus from courses, of assignments that reflect the college readiness standards, and of student performances. We're also hoping in this 3rd phase to create some templates that may be used in high schools as scoring guides, so that high schools can see and have a reference as to how their students are doing in relation to the college readiness standards. Now, for the structure of the standards themselves, they are hierarchical in nature, and I suspect it might be easier if you, can we go to the next slide? We start off with a general field of study, either math, English language arts, science, or the social science. Then we have a key concept. After the key concept, you will have organizing components, and finally you have examples of performance. And it's very important that we remember that these are examples of performances. They are not being mandated. They are examples of how you would actually see the college readiness standards in action in a classroom. Some of the kinds of things students would be doing. To lay it out, if you had, for example, science as your field, and I don't know why I picked physics. It was, I know now with our commissioner not to pick English language arts. I could have picked something other than physics. Your organizing component could be matter. And your performance expectation would be that the student could describe the concept, and you can tell I'm reading this, could describe the concept of mass as a measure of inertia. And then you would have under that performance expectations, so that you would actually have examples of what students would be doing in classrooms. Now, when you get the final draft of the college readiness standards for your review, they're going to contain several components. First, you'll have the 4 subject areas. Those will contain the content standards with the 4 levels as described. You're also going to be getting, and this is equally important, cross-disciplinary standards. Now, this was technically not part of the legislation, which talked about the 4 disciplines. However, one of the major differences between college standards and the high school standards is that you have certain skills and concepts that relate across all of the disciplines. And again, these would be things like research skills, the ability to do analytical writing within the disciplines. So those are all going to be laid out and defined as well. Excuse me. So our draft college readiness standard timeline, and this is a short-term timeline. We're having this meeting, of course, on October 3rd, and you're going to review our recommendations that would go to the full board. You will be reviewing the full draft of the college readiness standards at your October 25th meeting. And again, those will be available approximately October 16th. And they will be up on the web as well as you getting hard copies. The draft college readiness standards will be released for public comment. Even though they'll be on the web, we won't be really accepting comments from the public in any formalized way until October 26th. And from October 26th through December 7th, we will be getting public comment. And TEA will be doing theirs, and we will be doing ours, and we're looking to see if we can't do something together. At least on our website, there will be a form that you can fill out, and all of those responses will be collated and returned to the vertical team co-chairs to review, because it's in their hands to make the final draft revisions to submit to you on January 25th. So after that December 7th period, the vertical team co-chairs will be reviewing and doing a final review and check of the college readiness standards based on the public comments. Those will be submitted to the board for your review and adoption on January 26th. January 25th. Not my husband's birthday, 26th. Now, we are also, just to let you know what's going on the state board side, the draft college readiness standards will be presented to the State Board of Education for discussion and comment at their November 14th meeting. But we are hoping that the final version of the college readiness standards, when they are adopted at your meeting, will also be signed off on by the Commissioner of Education. Now, for the recommendation that we have for this committee to forward, or committees to forward to the full board, we'd like you to accept the draft college readiness standards for public review and comment. We would like to use the adopted college readiness standards, now this is the January 08 document, to determine the required TSI cut scores for entrance requirement for the freshman class of 2012. The reason why we picked 2012 is because that's also the date, well, it has significance for two reasons. First, in public education, TEA has had the Student Success Initiative, and those students will be graduating, will be the graduating class for 2012. Also, the first time you can use end-of-course exams for assessment purposes is also 2012. And as you know, there's a college readiness component for the end-of-course exams. So we're trying to have everything come together in a unified system. And we are also requesting that we pilot alternative options for students who do not meet the required standards. And this would be some alternatives and innovations for developmental ed so students could progress through the system and continue on and still receive some credit, some college credit. That was a very quick overview.
That's a great overview.
A lot of information.
Yeah. Commissioner?
Evie, would you say something about the relationship between this process and the Commission for College Ready Texas?
Yes, sir. In around December, the governor formed the Commission for a College Ready Texas. Sorry, I always call it CCRT. I forgot what the full name was. Commission for a College Ready Texas. It's chaired by Sandy Kress. It has 20 other members on it, one of which is a coordinating board member, is Mendoza. And two ex officio members are the commissioners of higher education. I should also point out that there is a member of the State Board of Education also. The other members represent higher education, public education, business, and philanthropic organizations. And their role is to offer recommendations and support the college readiness process. They are issuing their report, my understanding is the end of October, and they have been instrumental in working with us on reviewing the college readiness standards, excuse me, and in offering recommendations and assistance. They've had numerous consultants come forward and offer presentations and recommendations and provide overviews of other standards. So it really has been a process that's been moving along, and again, their recommendations will be offered just about at the same time as your state board, as your coordinating board meeting.
I think the other thing of note is that the vertical team co-chairs are on the commission. And so it's been a delight to hear them talk about what they've been doing, the success that they've had, the collaboration. And I hope that some of them can be with us on their October 25th board meeting, because these folks are passionate. They're outstanding individuals that have worked so hard to pull this all together.
I know we're inviting, we're inviting the co-chairs to come, and we wanted them to come to this meeting, but you know, they work for a living too, so they couldn't make it to too many meetings, but they are planning, I know, on coming to the October 25th meeting.
Did we in fact get a presentation of the commission's report at the October meeting? Will it be?
I don't think it'll be ready.
I know that Mr. Kress is the chair of the commission, has agreed to attend the meeting, so I'm sure he will give an update.
What is our, I haven't studied our board agenda yet, what is our topic du jour at the board meeting?
This is our major policy issue at the board meeting, so you will have a time to concentrate on this in for an hour or so, depending on how long you want to take. Dave Connolly will be there. The Commissioner of Education. We'll have a whole range of people there available to discuss this with you.
It was really neat to see in our last commission meeting that, in fact, I had passed some of those worksheets to Lynn and to Lori, that they did a crosswalk of all the standards across all the different entities, ACT, TAKES, etc. And when they boiled it up to the major points of the crosswalk, the vertical team co-chairs commented that we have that and more, and that was consistent across all content areas. So that's real exciting.
I think that the same thing was also true. One of the meetings that the commission had was with members of the workforce, excuse me, and higher education. And one of the things that really pleased me was that we saw a lot of the things that the major representatives from business and industry were saying we want to see in our employees. They are included in the standards, and ironically, most of them are in the cross-disciplinary standards.
How will the recommendations be implemented in terms of measuring success? How will we know that all of this work will actually hit the ground and make a difference? Has anybody thought about that?
Well, I think there are a number of ways. First of all, and this isn't, I guess, an aside, but one of the wonderful things to me about House Bill 1 is it enabled a lot of different divisions and units in the agency to work together on some changes that I think we've long thought of. First of all, we are doing our best to, the P16 special advisors do have the job of making certain that these are discussed and that there is public comment from the field. And I think that one of the and I know I'm talking short term right now, but we want to make certain that everybody understands what these standards are and how they are to be used at higher education as well as at public education. I think in terms of public education, I wouldn't want to speak with them when there's so much talent from TEA sitting behind me, but they're going to be able to tell if the college readiness standards are making a difference by what they see on the end of course tests that come in 2012. I think we're also going to see, in course redesign, and also when you look at the grants that are coming out and the RFPs that are coming out from the agency, you see college readiness standards infused in almost everything that we're doing. For example, you saw something about the math, science, technology academies. Well, one of the things that they're going to have to do is use those college readiness standards as the basis of their work. So as part of our evaluations of all of the grants and proposals, I think we're going to be seeing how well they are being infused into what's happening.
Part of what I don't believe you mentioned, Eddie, I may be wrong, is that the staff has a draft of some plans in terms of rolling out the college readiness standards across the state in terms of workshops in various regions to meet with local educators to make sure they understand what the plans are. They have a couple of proposed projects in terms of working with teachers as well. Those haven't sort of been vetted through the agency yet, but you'll see those very shortly to see what you think of some of those proposals. But a way to make sure that, as with anything, that in some ways this is like a plan. If you don't, you have to almost every day work to make sure people know about it. And so it'll be an ongoing process over a number of years to make sure people really understand this. One thing we've talked about is the importance of working with the colleges of education to make sure that the new teachers, administrators, counselors produced in the future will be aware of these standards when they leave the institution, will understand what they are, so that you won't have an issue of educating people already in the field that we will have, but that all future educators from our institutions will know about these standards and what they mean and how they have a bearing on their work in the schools. So there's a whole series of things that need to be done.
That's our January presentation.
But I think, going back, Laura, to your question, it seems like as part of Phase 2 that the vertical teams could perhaps propose 2 or 3 simple but across-the-board metrics. And I agree the end-of-course exams will tell us something, but there's no baseline for those end-of-course exams. And that'll start in 2012, as you pointed out. I would think that you could measure reduced percentages of entering students taking remedial courses and increased percentages in advanced placement would be 2 obvious.
Well, and I even am thinking of kind of a different approach, and that would be to add to, at that point when the end-of-course exams kick in, the accountability system for K-12 will be real different than it is now, because they'll be looking at different indicators. So I would like to suggest that they look at indicators that would match that would be a part of the accountability system, and we could do the same with higher ed. So it would be a parallel effort of measurement and accountability. Commissioner?
I would hope that one of the consequences of this exercise by the vertical teams is that we would establish permanently vertical teams or subject matter teams that would include university, college faculty, along with faculty not only from high schools but middle and elementary schools. And over the next couple of years, they would work on aligning the entire K through 12 education to be consistent with making students college ready. The college readiness standards, we would, once again, we respect the authority of the State Board of Education to establish the curriculum, but certainly these vertical teams could help with ensuring that the appropriate level of rigor was embedded in the curriculum at every point in the academic pipeline. I would hope that over the next 3 or 4 years, that the college readiness standards become high school graduation standards. I know that this is something that Senator Shapiro is interested in. I've talked to her about this, and I once again, I've said this time and again, I think our kids can do it.
Something related to that, I think a few of you are familiar with this, that we are working with Alamo Community College in terms of developing a pilot program that may be, if it works, appropriate to other parts of the state, in which they're actually signing local agreements between Alamo, UT San Antonio, and several of the ISDs to share data, which more specific data in terms of student performance. We are going to house that data on our machines for them so they reduce that cost, and we can couple it with data we already have. And the main thrust of the project will be for teachers and faculty members to sit down and look at their students in that collective of institutions to see how they're performing and begin to identify where things are working and where things are not. And they are going to do that within the framework of the college readiness standards. So that may be a pilot for something that's other school districts and institutions may want to duplicate if it works well, which means you have people, along with the vertical teams the Commissioner was mentioning, that will have real data and can really work on the ground at the local level to make sure things are working and identify spots where they may have shortcomings or particular success in their local community.
And report it to the P16 Council.
So that's very promising, and then it's for the potential benefits, it's relatively low cost, and we think we're able to, because of the ability to provide them access to our data, it will reduce the cost for districts and schools ultimately in terms of doing that.
I think one of the things that you said that's critical is in working with the colleges of education, but also in the non-traditional, since the majority of teachers in the state, in many urban districts at least, are hired as alternatively certified, to look at those programs and make sure that they are understanding this rigor and this alignment, because that's, when we talk about the blame game of whose fault is it, it bubbles right back up to the teacher and the teacher's training and the quality of that training. So I think it's real important. I know we did a study once that of the area universities in the greater Houston area, there were maybe 80 to 90 to 100 or more teachers recruited in a semester with the from the colleges and universities, but from alternative certification there were like 400. So we need to not forget to look at those alternative certification programs, in particular like the regional programs that we have, like Region 4, Region Service Centers,
We are going to do exactly that. In fact, as you know, we are now conducting a search for a Director of Educator Quality. That is one of the standing issues that the State P16 Council engages, so we will certainly make sure that there's an alignment between what we expect in educator quality and what's embedded in the college readiness standards. It's hard to exaggerate the importance of what we're doing in Texas right now. There is no other state that has made quite the commitment to raising academic performance and expectations for children like Texas has. And everybody is watching what we're doing, and I think everybody who's been involved in this process has had an appreciation of the seriousness and the importance of this effort. I want to say publicly that our colleagues at TEA have been extraordinarily cooperative. We've worked very effectively. That's not to say we haven't had some disagreements and stumbles, but we have recognized, I think, all of us as educators, that we have got something quite important to do, and we're going to get it right, and we're not going to have any slippage. The history of establishing college readiness standards in this country is that the more they get vetted, the weaker they become. And we've made a commitment from the very beginning to hold the line on rigor, hold the line on quality, and hold the line on expectations, because to do anything less would be a disservice to our children in the state. We want them to be competitive with the best prepared youngsters in the world, and that's our goal. We've had a very good cooperation from Sandy Kress and the Commission for College Ready Texas, and it's really exciting and reassuring to see all these different bodies coming together in the recognition that we have to do this well and effectively for the future of the state and for the well-being of our youngsters.
Evie had a good idea. I saw her gestures. Those of you that are from the Texas Education Agency, would you please stand up so we can recognize you? Thank you very much for your work.
Yeah.
As an old school board member, I appreciate it even more. Thank you for your work, your cooperation, and all of your insight and valuable expertise. Thank you.
Laura, to emphasize the Commissioner's point and how important it is that this collaboration continues, is the fact that I think the next step is taking the vertical team's work and bringing it down the pipeline, which then switches the vertical team mix to a 40-60, 40 higher ed, 60% public ed. So we're just beginning, and it is incredibly exciting what's going on.
Well, and Elaine, thank you for your hard work in representing all of us, and of course, Commissioner, you too. Thank you very much.
I just want to reinforce one thing that you said about the co-chairs who are on your committee. I think you see a perfect example of vertical teams that work well. There's always a little bit of tension when you put together higher ed and public ed that, you know, they come from two different camps. This group works so beautifully together, and we have been complimented, EPIC has complimented Texas because they said that there was none of the tension or what I think one of you, the blame game going on, that somebody hasn't done their job well. And I think that it should be our expectation of the professionals in the state as well as of the students that they're going to perform at that high level.
I think they get it. They just get it.
Yeah.
I would like to ask maybe one of the people who's here from TEA to just give us a brief narrative on what the public school teachers and superintendents and administrators in curriculum and instruction are thinking about all of this so far.
Susan Barnes.
Good morning. I'm Susan Barnes with the Texas Education Agency.
Welcome.
Thank you. I believe your question was very broad.
Do whatever you want with it.
The Texas Education Agency obviously has worked very well with our ex-employee here to work this to get us this far. Our own state board has a process where they review the curriculum K-12 on a cyclical basis. It basically then drives the textbook adoption cycle to then have new materials that implement those updated texts. The board right now is deeply involved in reviewing and revising the English language arts reading text. So they're very focused on that. After that, they'll be looking at social studies, science will start this year. The year after that will be social studies related to this particular core subjects. So there is a large commitment, and the timing works out very well as far as having college readiness standards in place. And then as the board reviews the science and the social studies text, they'll already be in place. That process can be very, hopefully, seamless. English language arts, we're carefully working with the board in the timing, partially because of their schedule is actually a little faster. It's been slowed down on English language arts and reading. And so the college readiness standards in this text will be probably finishing up about the same time. The mathematics texts were reviewed and are in place, and we have just we're starting to deliver the secondary new materials this school year. The board is scheduled to adopt elementary materials this fall and deliver new elementary mathematics materials next year. We'll have to go back after the college readiness standards are in place, and the board would need to look at whatever potential issues there would be between the college readiness standards in mathematics and the currently adopted, newly revised mathematics text. You know, hopefully they will be very close in alignment. We don't know until things are finished. Does that help?
That helps. You know, I think this work we're doing, this collaboration, is so exciting and hopefully modeling for the rest of the country. But it can only go so far without the people on the ground.
Sure.
And so I'm wondering if you're hearing anything from the public school teachers, the administrators of curriculum instruction.
I actually think they're eagerly awaiting to see a set of draft standards. We really haven't shared, disseminated, and we've been a little bit kind of holding people back who are eagerly awaiting the first view of a complete set, because the process is such that you don't have a complete set until actually you have a complete set. So I think there is a lot of interest. We certainly will incorporate all of this in our normal dissemination and our work with we meet regularly with cabinet of superintendents, with service center directors, who are our primary kind of professional development group. There's another piece as the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills are updated. There's a period of time where the state develops professional development for teachers to help them understand. This is a new process. We've only revised the mathematics. When I guess I need to go back. When the board adopted standards across all subject matter areas, they were adopted in like '96, and there was a massive process across the state to develop professional development and train teachers, and now we're doing this on a cyclical basis as the instructional materials get purchased. You can't purchase all the instructional materials at one time, so you schedule that. Well, there's a process where the texts change, the materials are developed, and professional development is developed. So mathematics, we are in the process of rolling out a pretty significant set of new teacher face-to-face delivery, and we are moving also all those materials to be on a web-based delivery. We're in the process of doing that. They're not up and ready. But for example, we have new professional development courses that are based on the revised Algebra 1 text, the geometry text, the Algebra 2 text, and so those are just being available this year. When the English language arts texts are revised, there will be a like process to develop materials for teachers, and there looks like there'll be more significant changes for the English language arts text, so there'll have to be a pretty good process in place to develop materials there. We can build the college readiness standards. That material, that money that helps update the text also just feeds into the college readiness standards, so that'll be a component that every teacher would have access to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
I have one last question, which is how are we planning to distribute this to key members of the legislature and their staffs?
Good question.
And could we also consider doing that in cooperation with the CCRT's report, maybe under one cover letter, even if assuming Chairman Kress would be interested in that idea?
I would like to do it that way. I'm talking about, first of all, I'd like to me the ideal result would be that we would have a letter that would from the two commissioners and Sandy Kress, in which we would say we concur with these standards, that we feel that these represent the product of the work of both the vertical teams and the Commission for College Ready Texas. And we haven't talked in great detail. I'm looking for Laura. I don't see her in great detail about the dissemination plan, but I expect it would be that we would distribute immediately copies to members of the legislature on the education committees, and we would let other members know that these standards are posted on our website. We will work with TEA to make sure that all the standards get disseminated to superintendents and so forth. So I'm sure it won't be difficult to come up with a plan, but I haven't talked with Laura about it in great detail.
If the commission were willing, and since they're coming out with their own report, if I were serving in the House or Senate or a staffer for somebody on education or finance, I'd like getting both reports in the same package with the same message, since they're so interrelated.
Yeah, I think my understanding the last time I talked to Sandy Kress is that the people with whom he'd conferred on the commission are pleased with the math, the science, and the social studies standards. They still have some questions about the English language arts standards, and we had a meeting about a week ago to go over some of those differences, and I think those are reconcilable. So my hope is still that we can make the the last-minute changes on the English language arts standards that would be acceptable to the Commission for College-Ready Texas, and that we would receive their endorsement as the standards went out.
And
that's our goal.
The hope is that that will be able to be accomplished by your board meeting.
Yes. Yes.
So that you would see that.
Is that fair, Evie? Is that a fair description?
Yes, it is fair.
I think the reason you hesitated is that it's not quite as simple as I just made it, but that's our goal nonetheless, right?
I don't want to jinx anything, so I want to answer very carefully. It's a very fair thing you just said.
Well, Evie, what wonderful work. Thank you so much for all you've done.
Very exciting. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Evie's done a great job.
Yeah. And I think having Dr. Conley on this project was...
Oh, that's amazing.
It's great.
And he will be at the October board meeting
Oh,
as
good.
well.
Are we ready for a motion? And the motion would be to recommend to the coordinating board that it propose the college readiness standards at our October 25th meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Elaine, second by who? Joe, you said it? Okay. Tell where it was coming from. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That concludes our agenda for the Committee on Participation and Success, and we're adjourned. And now I'll turn it over to Lynn Phillips to continue the committee meeting. Lynn, it's all yours.
Those of you who are here and are only on the Participation and Success Committee are welcome to stay for the conclusion of our meeting. I think what we'll do is just do a few things, a couple of things here, and then we'll break for lunch, but we'll get some of this out of the way. As I mentioned before, I'm the new chair of this committee. Those of you who follow this committee will know what a cruel twist of fate it is that an introverted bookworm like me has to follow a fabulous extrovert like Lorraine Perry as chair of this committee. Lorraine, if you're out there, we will miss you so much. Nevertheless, we will shoulder on. The first thing we want to do is hear from Commissioner Paredes about our in-house think tank, how that's coming along, and anything else he would like to comment on.
Well, we're at a delicate stage of negotiations. We conducted the search, and we had 3 finalists for the position, and we're negotiating with a potential director, and we think we've identified somebody who would also serve quite well as an associate director, and I hope that we will have an answer to you in the next week or so. But we are in the final stages of the search.
Don't forget that Jerry Jones hired his offensive coordinator before he hired the head coach, so...
Well, in fact, without going into too much detail, that's an approach that we've thought about as well.
We're going to need to go back for 1 second because...
My first major error.
No, you didn't make an error.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
I didn't get a vote for the...
Well, you did, but I also made an error. Joe cannot second the motion. Fred or Lynn, you need to second the motion as members of the participation. Okay, Lynn seconds. Now your turn.
Okay. Now I need to have a motion from...
No, we have to vote again. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Lynn.
Now.
That's a rule, a change.
Oh, it is.
Rule, a change. Right?
Yes, it is.
I thought.
It is. It's not your fault.
Now I need to have the same motion from the Committee on Academic Excellence and Research.
So moved.
Second?
Somebody.
I guess that's okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Motion carries.
I'm glad I can move.
Sure. Did you want to talk about anything else?
That's why we have lawyers.
No, I think we should get right into the agenda and move along.
Okay. Agenda item 5, before we go to A, which we will do just very shortly, I asked our legal counsel, Bill Franz, if he would just give us a brief primer on the rules process, proposing rules, reviewing rules, posting them and recommending them for adoption. Things have changed a bit since the changes made in the last legislative session.
That's certainly correct, Dr. Phillips. As you all know, prior to this session, we had to disseminate to institutions of higher education and post our agenda some 30 days in advance of a board meeting. At this last legislative session, that's now been changed so that our procedures can be consonant with the vast majority of other agencies in Texas, and we only need to give some 7 days notice prior to a board meeting. So what my understanding is of the rulemaking process at the coordinating board is that for a number of years, the process was, and I talked with David Gardner about this yesterday, that a rule would be proposed at one board meeting and then discussed and voted upon at the next board meeting. It is also my understanding, based on my discussion with David, and this clearly makes sense, that to shorten that process, a few years ago, we're not sure exactly when, that process changed, and what we now have is a system where the commissioner proposes a rule, we publish it in the Texas Register, discuss it at a committee meeting, and take it to the very next board meeting for a vote. And that obviously cuts, some 2.5, 3 months off of the former process, but it does remove the board from one step in what had been the former process. So Dr. Phillips asked me to basically describe this and to lay out alternatives, and obviously either method is legal. Either one seems to work or has seemed to work, but if there's a desire by the board to change and go back to the former process, that's certainly something the board could do.
Thanks. Our next item on the agenda is the consideration of recommending rules to the board for the October 2007 meeting. And Dr. Stafford is going to take us through these. We have here with us today some people who are very interested in the first one, Dr. Shirley Reed and Dr. Juan Mejia from South Texas College, and I believe you all are going to make a presentation to us. Please come up and do so. Or Joe, do you have anything to say first?
Well, if I may suggest that this would be item 5A on the agenda, and we'll also take some things out of order so that we can deal with this South Texas College issue all at once. Items 7A and items 6D2 and 6E1 are all related. And if I may give you a bit of background on 5A and ask Vanessa Davis to come forward first before we hear from Dr. Reed and tell you about a committee that we have working on these applied baccalaureate degrees. Then we'll kind of have all of this in context.
Sure. That's great. Thank you.
The rule that we have before us would simply make our existing rules regarding new baccalaureate degree programs at public universities and health-related institutions also applicable to those 3 community colleges that have been authorized by statute to have baccalaureate degrees. And by doing so, it means that the preliminary authority process applies. It means that the criteria we use on need, demand, quality, and cost, the same set of questions that we would ask about a baccalaureate degree at a public university would be asked about a similar baccalaureate degree program at a community college. So there's no change in the expectations. We didn't have these rules in place as this legislation passed in the last session that lifted the pilot status for these 3 community colleges and made their authorization for baccalaureate degrees permanent. So that puts this in place. Now, that adds a little complication, and allow me to elaborate a bit more. The South Texas College had already been working on a proposal for a second baccalaureate degree, a baccalaureate of applied technology in information technology, as that legislation was moving through. So we didn't have these rules in place to send the message clearly enough for subsequent institutions. And Dr. Richard Jolly, the VP for Instruction at Midland, I know is here. And I think Midland's got one ready to come shortly. So, Dr. Jolly, part of this is the message that we'll do the preliminary authorization process on that next one and any others that come along if this rule is adopted. So item 6D2 does preliminary authority for South Texas College, and typically that precedes by at least one board meeting the actual approval, which we have this time in 6E1. So we're compressing things here, and we're compressing them because we had the legislation passing and the proposal already in hand, but this will get us back to a more standard and regularized kind of process. With that background, if I may ask Dr. Davis to tell you about the ad hoc task force that we have constituted now for a review of the applied baccalaureate degree programs in the state, and they've not yet had their first meeting. Dr. Mahay and Dr. Jolly are both on it. Are there other members of your committee here, Vanessa?
That's a really good question.
Dr. King Passon?
Yes, Dr. Passon is.
Good. So we have 3 members of that committee here. As I say, they haven't begun work yet, but Dr. Davis can quickly give you a summary of their charge, and then we can take up the specifics of the rule and the motion.
Okay, just since we're interrupting ourselves, one more interruption. Can you tell me again, Joe, exactly what order you want to do this in? Obviously, we're starting with 6D2, and then?
Well, my suggestion is that we hear Dr. Davis's 7A report, and then we'll come back and pick up Rule 5A.
Okay. 7A, 5A, 6D2, and 6E1?
Correct.
Got it. I'm having so much fun at the first
Well, my apologies for shifting you around, but I think by putting all of these together, you can see the relationships better than if we string them out in the normal structure for an agenda.
That's a good way to do it. I'm glad we're doing it that way. One more thing. Linda Battles, I'll introduce her. She's our assistant to the commissioner and helps the board every day, many times every day. I want to ask you, do I need to be recording these votes, or are you doing that, or someone doing that? Yeah. Okay, great. That's good, because I already forgot the first one. Okay, Dr. Davis, please.
Well, we're both new with this, Dr. Phillips. One of the things that I've been asked to work on since coming to the coordinating board is the ad hoc task force on applied baccalaureates that the commissioner has asked to be convened. And in essence, what we are attempting to do here, our first meeting will be a week from Friday on October 12th. We have representatives from community college systems. We have representatives from four-year institutions that do have applied baccalaureate degrees, and those would be the Bachelors of Applied Technology and the Bachelor of Applied Arts and Sciences. And then we also have representatives on that committee from four-year institutions that do not have those degree programs. And in essence, the goal of this task force is to take a very holistic perspective on applied baccalaureate degrees in general, and that means looking at them both at the community colleges where we have them at those three institutions with the Bachelors of Applied Technology, but looking at the Bachelor of Applied Arts and Sciences degrees as well, which have been around for almost 3 decades in the state of Texas and have also been around nationally for quite a long time. The committee, in essence, I'm going to read part of the draft of the charge that we have right now that'll give you an idea of the things that we'll be focusing on. The state of applied baccalaureate degree programs in Texas, including an examination of program types and degree production. The purpose of applied baccalaureate programs nationally and within Texas. The relationship between applied baccalaureate programs and the state higher education goals contained in Closing the Gaps. The employer society need for graduates of applied baccalaureate programs and the potential qualified student demand for such programs. Regional imbalances, if any, in the supply of graduates from applied baccalaureate programs. The relationship between existing applied associate programs and existing applied baccalaureate programs. The strengths and weaknesses of Texas applied baccalaureate programs, the future role of distance education in the delivery of applied baccalaureate programs, and recommendations regarding the development and administration of current and future applied baccalaureate programs on both the community college and university level. And having said that, I'm going to hope that 3 of the gentlemen behind me have not been scared off and are still going to come here next Friday. One of the very first items that the task force will be taking up on Friday is a discussion of the rules that Dr. Stafford just mentioned and that you'll be discussing in further detail in a few minutes. We felt that it was very important that these folks who represent probably the collective genius on this in the state have an opportunity to have some input on those rules in addition to the normal review process that they've gone through. And then we will use the remainder of our first meeting to discuss the charge, to do some background work on the status of these historically, nationally, and in the state. And I must admit that's my own bias here, trained as a historian. I kind of think historical context is important. And then we will begin to set the agenda for our future meetings. We are tentatively scheduled to meet for our second meeting in December, where we will continue working on a report to the commissioner and look at a review of interim research. A third meeting in February where we will review a working draft of a report to the commissioner and discuss possible revisions, and then if needed, a fourth meeting in March with the hope, early March or late February, with the hope of having a report to the commissioner by then with recommendations. To give you a little bit of context here, this is, as I said, these are degrees that have been awarded in Texas for several decades. There's 22 of these programs in the state right now. Between 1989 and 2006, and 2006 marks the latest numbers that we have. We don't have 2007 graduation data available yet. But between 1989 and 2006, Texas has awarded almost 13,500 applied baccalaureate degrees, and those are the BAT, Bachelor of Applied Technology, and the Bachelor of Applied Arts and Sciences, 13,451 to be exact. So these are degrees that are out there. To put that within a little bit of a broader context, though, although 13,451 sounds like a lot, that's roughly 1.33% of all of the baccalaureate degrees that have been awarded in the state between 1989 and 2006. So we're dealing with something that affects, obviously, a large number of people in the state, but within the context of the broader baccalaureate programs is still somewhat small. We see that the production of these is increasing. It's increased in Texas over these last 2.5 decades. We see that it's increasing nationally as well, and this task force will provide us with an opportunity to contextualize all of this and make the appropriate recommendations to the commissioner to see how this fits in with undergraduate education and the work of UEAC, the Undergraduate Education Advisory Council, how it fits in with DEAC, the Distance Education Advisory Council that I also work with, and how it fits in ultimately with Closing the Gaps.
Well, we'll be interested in hearing that report. Thank you.
I think that gives you context then for the rule that we're recommending. This has been published in the Register. We have not received any comments. Obviously, the committee could comment. It's possible that we would have a recommendation for a change as a result of that committee work a week from Friday. But as of now, there have been no suggestions for modifying the rule. And as I say, all it really does is to make it applicable to these 3 colleges that have been identified in the statute.
Does anybody have a question?
Nope.
I have a question. Is it necessary in this rule to limit this to these particular 3 colleges? I mean, aren't we going to find ourselves having to go back and amend this rule here pretty soon, depending on the findings of the committee?
Not unless the legislature authorizes additional ones, and I think we have worded it in such a way that if they authorize additional ones, then they're covered as well. The other community colleges are not currently authorized, and we wouldn't have the authority to grant them that. That would fall with the legislature.
The legislature has to authorize?
Fall with the legislature.
The legislature has to authorize these courses? Yes. Because it's outside the scope of the...
It's an expansion of the mission.
I understand. All right. Do I have a motion then? Are we going to take these one at a time?
Go ahead and take that one, I think, and then we can go to 6D2.
All right. So moved. Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right. 6D2.
6D2 then would give preliminary authority to South Texas College for the Bachelor of Applied Technology in Information Technology. The preliminary authority is essentially one of identifying the appropriateness of the fit between the program and the institution without regard to whether they've got the resources in place, whether they've developed the specifics of a proposal. It is a planning authority. It's an authority to proceed with the development of a program, and as I say, in this case, because the statute was moving along, they'd already done that work, and so this is, in some sense, a formality to proceed the next item. So I think you're ready for a motion. Go ahead and take it on 6D2.
What's the motion, Joe?
The motion would be to approve a staff recommendation to grant South Texas College preliminary authority on the BAT.
Oh, okay. I thought that was...
So moved.
Second. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
This gets us to 6E1, and that's where South Texas College wants to make a presentation. I will tell you that we have gone through the full process, plus a little in this case, because this is such a substantial change for the institution. We took a site visit team to South Texas College. Dr. Reinhold Cornelius led that team for us. We had a faculty member, associate dean from Colorado State College of Business, which has an information technology track or specialization within their business program. We had a head of a large community college and that has a similar program. And then we had an industrial representative who serves on an advisory committee at UT El Paso. So we had a strong team that examined that, and we'll let Dr. Mejia, I think, summarize it. I will tell you that the staff recommendation is for approval of this proposed program, and my suggestion is that we hear from them at this point.
That was a long introduction, sorry.
Judge Phillips and Director and Commissioner, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, I'm Juan Mejia. I have the distinct privilege of serving as the Vice President for Academics and Chief Academic Officer for South Texas College. I'll try to move this along, as I know you have a long agenda here. If you can help me with the slide, Dr. Smiley. 1993, under coordinating board support and a lot of leadership, and I think Dr. Stafford can go back to a napkin where he wrote the concept of a community college. South Texas Community College was created to serve the lower Rio Grande Valley, the counties of Hidalgo and Star, which is what we call the true South Texas, very, very south. There's sometimes we do this presentation and the map actually goes, it would be in the first floor of this building, I think. 1993, that was 1993. This day, we are serving over 20,000 credit students, two-county area, and a lot of credit again to the coordinating board for their support. We can have the next slide. President Reed came on board in 1994 and said, we are very committed to access, excellence, and success. Those three mirror very much the closing the gaps, participation, excellence, and success. And that's what we've been trying to do. We have 5 full campuses. We went from 1-2 buildings to now 5 full campuses with their own learning resource centers, centers for learning excellence throughout our 2-county area. And again, that has been in a response to community needs. That's where we are. We began with 10 certificate programs, and under the guidance of the coordinating board, we now have over 100 degree and certificate options for our students, including the baccalaureate, the current one we have. We've been very committed to the quality as well with this, and have pursued accreditation with programs. We're the only one, again, in addition to all our nursing and allied health programs, in our workforce, the automotive, the precision manufacturing has gone through them. We've taken this challenge very seriously, Commissioner, and we do thank you for that genuinely. We've taken this forward and actually presented at various places about when we admit a student, we've taken the responsibility to help them to the best that we can. And that brings a lot of responsibility to the individual institution. I think we share with the other community college that passion for being open door, for embracing that component. There may be a question sometimes when you pursue a baccalaureate at a community college, are you going to mission drift? Are you going to forget who you were? And in our case, 66% of our graduates from our college participated in one form or another of developmental education. We're true to that mission of being open access. We have a whole division designated for developmental studies with the sequences, Centers for Learning Excellence at each one of our campuses. The impact, you'll see there from the Texas Workforce Commission data, the unemployment rates were just dismal in the areas we serve. Imagine living in a county with 40% unemployment. Because of the community college, and we take a lot of credit. I'm sure others do too, but we take full credit for this. We've been working with the economic development corporations, with the chambers, with the leaders, and now those rates are there, as you can see, in the single digits. And we are confident that this has been key to transforming the region. We have gone through all the accreditation processes. We were created in 1993, had to go through our process of accreditation through the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. And now little did we know that the commendations we receive were going to be directly tied to our mission and exactly what we're doing. We received a commendation for being able to mobilize expeditiously to a region that was underserved when they came, without the largest geographic region, without a comprehensive community college. The other one was our commitment to technology and support. Brief history, you know it. The 78th legislature approved the pilot. We have all representatives. We have representatives from each of the 3 institutions here, Davenport, Midland, and South Texas College. And since the genesis of this, we have been working as a collaborative team to ensure the quality of the programs. The 80th legislature was the one that removed the pilot and allowed us to continue to the next level. Our relationship with the coordinating board has always been in good standing. Whether it was with the quality and our visits by the coordinating board, if you recall, there was an opportunity to do a desk audit. We were one of the few colleges that the time around that opted for a full-blown visit, just to capitalize on having the benefit of having peers come in and review. Commissioner Brown at that time had appointed a community college baccalaureate committee that included both university and community college representatives, and also leadership from the coordinating board staff. Commissioner Paredes has now appointed the Applied Baccalaureate Task Force that Dr. Vanessa was sharing a while ago. Again, Commissioner appointed, a lot of commitment to this. The meeting is next week. To be able to offer the baccalaureate, we had to go through, although we had a 10-year reaffirmation from our accrediting agency, they said we don't have a 1.5. As a community college, we can offer associate degrees. So if you want to offer baccalaureates, you have to complete all the applications, submit a substantive change as a level 2 baccalaureate granting institution. So we had to submit an application as if we were a full-fledged bachelor's institution, and that's what the process we had to go through. So did Midland and Brazosport. We were all able to go through that successfully. We're the 3 community colleges that are level 2 accredited. And the recommendations that came from the visiting team were that we were doing a good job, an excellent job. And they said what you need to do is expand to online and expand to all campuses. We had been careful. The message from the co-board and from SACS was to do things in a professional manner, ensure the integrity before we move forward, and say after review, feel free to expand. Our first cohort of the baccalaureate, we opened it up. Students had a major interest in it. We hired a dean to oversee this area, Dr. Ali Smiley, who's helping us. He's much more qualified than to help me with the slides, but it's very nice. Dr. Oscar Plaza, PhD in international business, to be the chair of the program. The program profile of the first cohort, 58 students, 16 at the junior level, 42 at the sophomore level. This past May 27th, during commencement ceremonies, keynote speaker, Chairman Bob Shepard, we had 15 graduates from our baccalaureate program. May 2008, we're projecting 40 graduates from our program. The degree plan meets all the requirements of our coordinating board. We've had essential help from the staff. Dr. Roger Offer was key to our developing the program, the curriculum component of it. The employment information for our graduates, 100% are employed. And the employers are asking us, do you have any more ready at this time? Which is a good sign, we believe. We believe we accomplished the mission with the first Bachelor's of Applied Technology in Technology Management. What we're bringing today is the support, again, is to offer a Bachelor's of Applied Technology and Computer and Information Technologies. We believe it is critical for the continued workforce and economic development of the region. Some of the key things about this bachelor's degree is to prepare graduates for careers in the area of CIT, Computer Information Technologies. The focus we want to add here is the applied component to the degree. Very hands-on in nature and still combining the theoretical and the applied. Very relevant to what's happening in the workforce and technology-oriented in nature. So we pulled together an advisory committee of experts from our area and region. And they represent both higher ed, public schools, business and industry to help us look at what we need to do, what we need to include in our program. Again, this is an advisory committee, not an advisory board. The level of academics and curriculum is still at the institutional level. The CIT degree plan, again, meets the same criteria that any baccalaureate degree would. So key is this is not a community college baccalaureate. This is a baccalaureate degree offered at a community college. So it's a full-fledged baccalaureate. The feeder programs for this, in addition to a potential first-time in college, FTICs, would be graduates from of Associate of Science in the area of Computer Information Systems and Computer Science, and from our Associate of Applied Science in Business Computer Systems, and you see the specializations that could feed right into this degree. Here's some information the job market needs for our Rio Grande Valley. And you see the numbers there of the job creation for these opportunities. By the way, we have a 3-ring binder with all this information that we'll make available to each one of you. The job market needs in Texas, again, show an astounding amount of potential employment opportunities for these graduates. We would hire the first graduates ourselves for our colleges, so we know that there is a need out there. And again, our advisory committee has indicated the same as well. Who are these prospective students? This is without really any marketing. We have not promoted this program because it's pending coordinating board approval. But word of mouth by students is extremely popular and fast. And we have 110 prospective students, 33 females, 77 males. So that, what are the males now in higher ed? Well, in this case, somehow we're seeing them again come back and have an interest. Some of these students are they're employed right now. They've completed an Associate of Science or an Associate of Applied Science sometime back and are wanting to come back to get their baccalaureate in Computer and Information Technologies. Here's a list of the prospective employers. We have validated that, and that is again just throughout our region. The course titles. There's a component that was very important to us as an institution of higher learning. We wanted to ensure that this was not a catch-all degree, that we'll take whatever you have, package it in some way, and at the end award you a paper that says you have a bachelor's, but maybe there was not a lot of value added to it. This is very specifically focused with curriculum aligned for computer and information technologies. So that was again validated through our advisory committees and supported by the committee, the peer review team that the coordinating board scheduled for our college. The support from the coordinating board, Dr. Stafford, Dr. Alford, and Dr. Cornelius, who as director led the team, the visiting team of peer review experts. Those were Susan Matthew from Colorado State University, Ed Nickel from Great Basin in Nevada, and Vicky Barajas from Texas Instruments, who were there for a 2-day event. The process included we submitted our application to them ahead of time. They had an opportunity to review it, review all the syllabi, course descriptions, course outlines, textbooks that we were going to choose, and then come prepared to the meeting. The CB scheduled a 2-day visit, and then the team met closed door with the administration, faculty, students. We were not there. They met with the students alone and just asked them questions, advisory committee, visited the facilities, looked at all our labs, our libraries, and then provided an exit report. And their recommendation was that they feel this is a high-quality degree proposal with solid commitments from all the stakeholders, and they believe South Texas College has shown their ability to develop an excellent program that can fill a clear need in their service area and beyond. They thought we possess the resources necessary from all areas, and they believe that we fill a niche that is needed in our local economy. We're extremely committed to the initiative you have of closing the gaps, and we also are very committed to the mission of community colleges. So the concerns can be addressed pretty quick. That we want to be a premier institution of higher learning as a community college. In our area, we have the University of Texas Pan American. We have a good working relationship with them. They're focused on research and other, but we'll support it as best as we can through our role as a, again, world-class premier community college. We have President Reed here, Ali Ismaili, Dean, and our curriculum officer, Laura Talbot. We also have a student that joined us today, Michael Parker, who also works at the Economic Development Corporation and is interested in starting with the program as soon as we get a green light from the coordinating board. And we'd like to entertain questions or provide more information as you deem appropriate.
Well, could you give me, give us an academic profile of the students' average age? Are you likely to have the bulk of your students who will go directly from an AA program into this program? Will these be returning students? Currently, just as I say, just a profile, an academic profile of the students.
Currently, what we're finding is a mixture of both, Dr. Paredes. It's both first time in college that have heard of the program through the counselors at the public schools of a baccalaureate at that level. What we're able to offer is that certificate completion, which is a milestone for them, the associate degree, and then continue through the baccalaureate. So the FTIC population is there. And then a strong interest from graduates from our Associate of Applied Science, which are graduates from our business computer systems, our computer science, that's the Associate of Science, and computer information systems.
Do you expect that many of the students will be enrolled in this program full-time, or the bulk of your students will be part-time?
I believe it's going to be both as well. But you make a good point that came out in Vanessa's report, which shows that one key thing they're looking for, those that are employed full-time, is the flexibility with the schedule. And I know that preaching to the choir here, and those classes offered at times when they can enroll for them, and a strong part-time population as well. So that from looking at the history of the our current degree, at technology management, there were some that were committed to say, I'm just going to do it now and get it completed as well, but we see a strong part-time population as well.
I wanted to make a comment about the review process. I talked to President Reed about this very early in the process, and told her, as I told Chairman Shepard, that we needed a very rigorous process for several reasons. First of all, I was concerned about unnecessary duplication of programs in the region, knowing that Pan Am was a few miles away and offered applied baccalaureate programs. Secondly, I was concerned about preserving the integrity of the baccalaureate degree. That wherever the baccalaureate program is offered, it has to be up to high standards of quality. Third, I was concerned about mission creep. Community colleges have extraordinary challenges. You've heard me say, Drs. Reed and Mejia, many times that it's community colleges that are carrying the water on closing the gaps, and you have to deal with developmental education much more fundamentally than universities do. We know that 70 to 80% of low-income first-generation students of color who go into higher education will be starting out in community colleges. That's a very critical responsibility, and I was worried about the transfer function, about whether this would dilute the other academic programs that would lead to transfer. And then finally, I was concerned about the possibility that as community college missions began to more closely resemble the missions of universities, that very quickly afterward the costs of attending a community college would begin to resemble the cost of going to a university. And given the dramatic increase in costs in higher education, particularly in universities, it is of critical importance to me that we hold down the costs in community colleges, because that's our primary point of access into higher education. And so we wanted to make sure that there were satisfactory answers to all of these questions, and I applaud for how well you've responded to these challenging questions, and
thank you, Commissioner.
And you've accepted with great pride and with great success the mission of meeting these high standards of rigor.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, and Commissioner, I'd like to add, when you and I began this dialogue, maybe the word is a little dynamic tension. We didn't philosophically agree, and that's great. And I said to you very directly that if when we go through whatever process you choose to put in place, if we do not meet the quality standards or the expectations of the coordinating board, shut this down. And I still say to you that as time passes and we implement this new baccalaureate, if we do not meet the quality standard, the expectations, really, we should not be allowed to offer this program. And I say that for my two colleague institutions as well. We do believe this program will be comparable to a baccalaureate at any institution in this state. We are a premier community college offering a baccalaureate degree. We maintain our loyalty to our mission, our commitment to our developmental students, and we're able to afford this program. And we know without the affordability that community colleges provide, many of these students would not be pursuing a baccalaureate degree. So we say that with all candor to you.
We commit to working on the Applied Baccalaureate Task Force diligently. I will be attending that meeting, working with Dr. Stafford and the appointed team as well to ensure quality, Commissioner and Chairs.
Anything else, Commissioner?
We do have a student. You may be interested in understanding how important this is to our students.
Michael, is that the
Michael's here, yes.
Laura, where is Laura? You brought Laura too. There she is.
Michael works for the McAllen Economic Development Corporation as a graduate of the South Texas College.
Welcome.
Thank you. As a student, I'd like to tell you that it's great that the college is affordable, but for me, that's not exactly why I'm going there. The organization I work for provides tuition reimbursement, and I'm also a veteran. I chose South Texas College just because of the quality of their programs. I really believe that they can handle this program. And from an economic development standpoint, I'd like to tell you that the students that graduate from STC with an associate's, they have more experience and are better prepared to enter the workforce in IT than students from the university graduating with a bachelor's because of the hands-on training. So if they're allowed to proceed with this program, just imagine how competitive those students will be with a bachelor's.
Great points. Thank you. Laura, did you have anything to add?
Well, I've been involved with this process for our institution since its inception, both with the coordinating board process and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. And personally, I'm very committed to the opportunities that BAT provides to not only our students, but the students at the other colleges. And from a curriculum background and a curriculum standpoint, I'm also very committed to the model of the BAT because it does marry the applied skills with the baccalaureate cognitive skills that are expected in the workplace. And I think the graduates of these programs are top-notch. And I also feel that the faculty we have in these programs are some of the best in the country. Our faculty are very, very committed to student success, very committed to curriculum standards, and just some of the best faculty that I've had the opportunity to work with. So I'm very committed to the mission of this type of a program, and I'm excited to be involved with it.
And you'll have a list of the faculty credentials, a whole roster, and the 3-ring binder that we'll leave with each one.
Thank you so much, and
Thank you.
Dr. Mejia, thank you for that very complete and fascinating and meaningful presentation.
Well, thank you. I think I'm somewhere between you and lunch, and I want to move. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to make a comment. I was invited by Dr. Reed to come to South Texas College to make a presentation at a conference recently, and I just want to tell you that everything that you do by engaging the community, by showing such strong leadership throughout the community is incredibly impressive. And the one habit that you have that is really impressive is bringing students to tell the story. Nobody can tell it better, and nobody can be more persuasive than really seeing, what your impact is on your community. So thank you for your leadership, all of you, and thank you for being here.
Thank you
for your support. Any more comments? Okay, do I have a motion for approval of this request for a new degree program at South Texas College? So moved. Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. At this point, I think we can break for lunch.
You want us to pick a time that we'll be back?
What time is it? 12:42.
1:45.
Can we get back at 1:15?
Yeah, sure.
1:15.
1:15.
Thank you. Thank everyone.
Told us to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking it was 1:30. Well, okay, we are ready to reconvene the Academic Excellence and Research Committee, and we will start on agenda item 5B. And Dr. Stafford will take us through these rules.
Okay.
Got a long ways to go.
The
Probably would have.
Attention. Students, listen up.
I'm just trying to hurt the cats.
They do in elementary.
Okay, I think we can get it started here.
Okay.
We're ready to deal with these rules, starting item 5B on the agenda, which is the 5B is the engineering recruitment summer camp rules. This implements legislation. You adopted these rules on an emergency basis at the last meeting. and we've had no comments on them since. I know that Dr. Cornelius is here. He's working with some of the deans on the details of implementing procedures, but I don't believe there's any change that affects the rules. There's no comments on it.
Okay. You all just comment when we go through these, because we're going to
We'll take them as
a vote on all of them at the end. So any comments on this one, B?
Nope.
5B? All right, Jeff, go ahead.
5C is another one that you adopted on an emergency basis for the maximum of 6 courses that a student may drop. This applies to the students who began as freshmen this fall. So it's 6 course drops over their career. Rules have been adopted on an emergency basis. We are receiving comments on those. It's possible that we will have minor modifications for you between now and the time of the board meeting. Technically, the time for comment closed at midnight Monday, but that's midnight Monday for a postmark, as I understand it. So it could be that we would receive comments in the mail as late as today, so we haven't processed all of that. What we've seen so far, if there are changes, they will be very, very minor. And if there are changes, you'll get that in supplemental form prior to the board meeting.
Anybody have any questions about the course drop rule? Okay.
The Nursing Education Performance Initiative, we have received, I guess, our largest number of comments on that rule. Those, again, have not all been processed. There probably will be some minor modifications. Again, they will be minor, but you'll get a supplemental on that, so this would not be an appropriate one to vote on today. If you have questions on any of these, we do have the staff people here who are working on them.
Okay. Questions? All righty, just roll right along.
Okay, the hospital-based nursing program. The most significant thing for you to know about that one is that this implements legislation. There was no money appropriated to go with the legislation, so if we happen to get a big gift or grant, these rules would be in place for it, but at this point we don't anticipate that.
All right. Any questions about that?
And again, there's a slight possibility of amendments to these as we close out the comment period.
All right.
Item F is rules that implement legislation requiring publishers to make available their materials in formats that would accommodate the handicapped. Essentially what this means is that those publishers who are now doing everything digitally and have all of their textbooks and similar kinds of materials in some sort of a digital archive would be required upon appropriate notice to make a large print or digital version of that material available that a student could read on a large screen if they were visually handicapped. And the essence of these rules is to set up the procedure by which a student must indicate that they need that material, the institution must certify that this is a legitimate need, and the publisher has an adequate amount of time to respond.
Any comments? We can proceed.
Okay. The next 4 items are the review of existing rules by chapter, and in every case this is a reaffirmation that these rules continue to be appropriate. I will tell you that as we get to a later report on the what we call the GIPWE, or the Guidelines for Instructional Programs and Workforce Education, that we're working towards some rule changes for your January meeting, but these are still appropriate to retain these rules in the chapters as they exist. So If you have no questions or comments about any of these rules, I think an appropriate motion would be to recommend to the full board all of those except C, D, and E, and we'll send you supplemental materials on those after we finish with the comment period.
We've already voted on A, have we not?
We voted on A, yes.
So it's B, F, G, H, I, and J.
Move for the approval of B, F, J, H, I, and J.
Second.
Okay, I can't.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. Next item is the review, number 6, review of our committee's agenda items for the October 25th coordinating meeting. Dr. Stafford, are you guiding us through this?
I will guide you through that. I'm going to ask Roger Alford and David Couch and Linda Donald-Smith if they would come up here to be prepared to answer any specific questions on any of these items as we go through them. The first one is a mission statement revision for the University of Texas at San Antonio. And again, while these are changes in language, no major change in the mission per se, and we would recommend approval. So that is consistent with our requirement to approve the mission statements.
And we're approving this to recommend the approval to the board.
That's correct. All of these would be committee recommendations to the board.
Okay. And I need a motion for that.
Correct.
Okay. Motion makers?
So moved.
Second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Do we have information, I mean, are we,
I don't have any.
No, I don't
text.
either.
No, you don't. And
We just,
we haven't gotten all that material prepared yet. So
Okay.
I guess maybe in some respects it would be, maybe we shouldn't be moving on these. Sharon,
we haven't seen them.
Yeah, I was going
Without
to
the
say
documentation.
that typically in the past, I don't know what you had worked out with Dr. Phillips in this regard, but typically this particular item on the agenda has been to give the committee an overview
of what's going on?
of what's going to happen at the board meeting.
Yeah.
All right.
And thus you may or may not have agenda items. And in those cases where the committee would be approving something in particular, you would have had it under a separate
Yeah.
agenda item.
Okay, that's what I thought. How do we take back a motion? Did I move?
You moved, I second.
Okay, then I retract my motion.
And I'm not speaking to anybody anymore.
Okay. I retract.
I mean, you can withdraw.
I withdraw it. There you go. Everybody in favor of withdrawing it? I see.
My apologies, I've misled you.
No, no problem.
Okay.
We're easily misled.
Let me add that there would be some items on here that some meetings you might want to actually act on.
Oh, that's
Some of those-
helpful.
At some meetings, it depends on what, but say some of the degree programs, if those
Yeah.
were ready, you might be doing that. I'm just trying to
Okay.
clarify for the
But in the past,
future.
they've been on the agenda as action items, and then the list of what appears on the board meeting
the
is
package.
a separate list.
Yes,
So
yes.
Right.
And in fact, we do credit to Cheryl Rossville who helped put this together. If I just followed her directions, she put all of these rules, as you notice under item 5, as consideration of, and then in 6, it's review of. If I would pay attention to that, I would not have misled you.
You have the doctor's excuse, so it's
No.
all right.
I'll take whatever excuse I can get.
All right. Well, since
So,
you don't have to make motions,
really-
just
Really, the rest of all of this under item 6 is review, and I can tell you sort of where the staff work is on these, and some of it has been pulled together in the last few days. Some of it we're still working on. Let me just go through these and give you the opportunity, if you have questions, to either quiz me or quiz members of the staff that will know more. The next item is the rule change, and you did deal with that one under the previous agenda item, the consideration of rules. Going on to the preliminary authority, We have Angelo State with a request for preliminary authority for the doctorate of physical therapy. As you know, that's a national trend, and I think we've discussed this one from a policy perspective a number of times before. We'd recommend that approval. We've actually dealt with the South Texas College Preliminary Authority and with their specific program with their presentation. The University of Houston Victoria Preliminary Authority for a master's level program in nursing. This one's a little bit unusual in that they've just recently started their baccalaureate program. It's a relatively small program, and it makes a lot of sense in this case to be doing the master's as well, just to get full utilization from a minimum size staff. I want you to be aware that this is a little bit of an unusual one, but one we think is appropriate to proceed with. And then the remainder of these preliminary authority ones, the computational science at El Paso, which cuts across disciplines, and the construction science and management at San Antonio. Roger's here. I think if you have questions, probably better to call on him than on me for the details.
I would just say one thing about the computational science. This is really a request for a technical change more than a substantive change, because the board approved preliminary authority in the 30 area, which is an interdisciplinary area. But after looking at the proposal more closely, we feel like computational science would better fit under a math area. So that's what we intend to clean up with this particular one.
So some of the board members may know that Roger just threw out some jargon, which is the 30 area. And there's something called CIP codes. You don't really need to know what CIP stands for, but there's really a classification of program types that's used nationally. And so that's a 2-digit CIP. There's some that are much more extensive. So
sorry.
That's all right. I would have been wondering if that was where the aliens went.
Oh, okay.
That's you.
Well, that's me. You're right.
Area 55.
Yeah, area 30. That's where.
Something like that.
That's all I wanted to say, though.
Thank you. Roger.
And I know Suzanne Lebrecq was here from Victoria. Are you still here, Suzanne?
Yes.
If you have questions about the nursing program, we'll recommend approval of all of these at the board meeting. Going on to the request for new degree programs per se, you've dealt with the Bachelor of Applied Technology in Computer and Information Technology at South Texas College. The next big area at Texas State University, fairly routine with the Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering. PhD in math education in cooperation with Sam Houston. That one has been site visited. That's one we're prepared to recommend for you. The PhD in mathematics is one that we are still studying very carefully, and I don't know what that recommendation will be for you at this point. There are a number of interesting questions about the need and demand for that program, the national need for it, its relationship to local industry in Central Texas, and there are also questions about what the symbiosis is between the math program and the math education program. So this one's simply going to take a little more time. We're not ready for a recommendation.
Also the institutional role issue involved as well.
Sure. Texas Tech with the Doctor of Nursing Practice is DNP, and again, national trend, very consistent with things we've done before. PhD and the Master's in Clinical Science. This is something that comes out of National Institutes of Health of about 5 or 6 years ago, I guess, was when the push really came to do a more rigorous approach to clinical trials. This is a PhD program for MDs. to do solid research methods, and it's aimed primarily at enhancing the work of people who do clinical trials. They've got a closely related program that's nationally recognized, but really need this new credential as a standalone and separate degree.
What is that one, the similar one?
Roger, do you remember the name of it?
Kevin, do you remember? What is the existing PhD program at the medical branch in Galveston that's similar?
Preventive health.
Preventive health?
Clinical science is a substantial track in preventive health.
Did you get that as preventive health? So, in many respects, this is utilizing the same resources, both many of the same courses and the same faculty, but recasting in a way that responds to some of the national changes. The PhD in nursing science at UT Tyler is one I would particularly call your attention to. As you know, Tyler is a relatively small institution. To be launching a PhD is a bit of a surprise. There are two big factors in this one that make it unusual. One is the commitment of the UT Telecampus to support this program to do distance learning. The other is the commitment of the UT Health Center at Tyler, which is a non-degree granting institution that does a fair amount of research, has a number of professional folks, especially MDs, who will serve as faculty in this program. So if you just thought of UT Tyler, I think you might have a lot of questions, as certainly we did as staff, but have looked over this one pretty thoroughly, and again, this the typical site visit reviews, and those are the two factors that stand out that make this one strong enough to recommend.
Let me just add as well, whenever, for your information, whenever we have a doctoral program that's delivered at a distance, it also has to get approval from our Distance Education Advisory Committee, separate committee, and it has met that committee already, and they have endorsed it as well.
Okay, any questions on any of either these preliminary authority or degree programs?
I have a procedural question, Joe. I just, this is all new to me. Now, is the next time we see this going to be at the board meeting or at the committee meeting again?
No, this will be at the board meeting.
All right.
Well, if y'all were ready to make recommendations, why aren't we voting on them today?
Because we weren't ready enough to have the paper in front of you. We're
okay. I see. I didn't get that piece. Okay. We'll go.
I can give you an oral report on staff work where it is, and we're not in a point where we have it formalized to give it to you as a written set of recommendations.
This is a good point to raise, an issue that I think you need to consider at some point, is that as these committee meetings have moved a greater distance from the board meeting, it's been more difficult to have those types of materials together. It may suggest that we need to sort of prepare a schedule for institutions, if you'd like to see those at the committee level, to say that they're just going to have to get on a different schedule, and those things may have to really start being reviewed as soon as the board meeting is over. Some of those site visits might need to be done.
Clearly, we've got to adjust some schedule. It's very helpful that now that you have set the committee's meetings for the rest of the year, to know that, and I hope we don't have this kind of a problem in the future, but that's just the best I can do for you at this point.
Yeah, I understand that now, and so hopefully we'll get on parallel tracks pretty soon.
I think that can be done.
It will, I'm sure we will still have some pressures between the December 12th committee meeting and the late January board meeting for us to do some things that, we'll try to have as much of that done as possible with it by December 12th, but
I mean, for April, we have to really work on getting it together for April, in terms of getting the reviews done.
And I assume we can have a phone meeting,
Yes.
at a late date prior to the board meeting, if we have to.
You have that flexibility.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I think it's particularly helpful if staff is not going to make a recommendation. In other words, if you have questions over some of these, if we know about that early so that we can at least hear from you and provide input.
well, and that's why I wanted to highlight the ones that we like the math program at San Marcos, where there's still not just procedural kinds of things to go through with, but some hard questions yet to be asked.
Thank you, Joe. Anybody else have a comment? Okay. Agenda item 7. Stacy Silverman is going to take us through this. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. And
welcome, Stacy.
Thank you. Actually, for this meeting, I'm just going to give you a brief overview of what the update will be to the board on the 25th. And first and foremost, let me say there's no action required from you all, or will there be any action required at the board meeting. And this update is just going to be provided to give you all a sense of where medical education is right now in Texas. I know you probably have heard lots of press recently. There have been some big items in the news lately about some of the different activities at our health-related institutions. And let me give you a little background very quickly. I know you guys are pressed for time. In 2002, the coordinating board issued a publication called Projecting the Need for Medical Education in Texas. In that report, the recommendation came forward that the smaller medical schools should grow. Their enrollment should increase, really to the level of an entering class of what we hoped or anticipated would be about 200, which is what the other institutions were at the time. Additionally, if new schools were to be opened, they should be in areas that had significant need and for physicians, and provided students with an opportunity to attend medical school in a place where they hadn't had the opportunity before. My report to the board will review 3 expansion efforts and inform you about what's going on at 3 of our schools. The first being the update for the UT Medical Branch, what is being called the Austin programs. That really what you all need to know about that is permanently medical students will be assigned to Austin beginning next year to complete their 3rd and 4th year in Austin. Right now, the Galveston group has sent about 30 students to finish their 3rd year and do the complete 3rd year of medical school here in Austin. And beginning next summer, they'll have 50 students, 25 in the 3rd year and 25 in the 4th year, completing their education here. So that's one update. The next is Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, El Paso Medical School. That is going to open, hopefully.
Paul Foster School.
Yes, actually, that has just been recently named the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine.
Really? Oh, my gosh.
So it's quite an honor, and quite exciting that something that's been in the works for about 20 years has finally come to fruition. So very exciting. We'll see that medical school hopefully open its doors officially in August 2009.
That's with Texas Tech?
Yeah.
Yes, Texas Tech Health Sciences Center. As a result of the opening of the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine, also the Odessa campus of Texas Tech will begin to rotate medical students through their 3rd and 4th year in Odessa, and that's very exciting as well. And then finally, the A&M University System Health Science Center has expansion efforts underway in College Station and in Temple to offer all 4 years of the medical school curriculum in both of those locations. Additionally, there is a new hospital that went up in Round Rock, which will rotate some medical students through there for some clinical training. So, additionally, at the board meeting, we've invited representatives from the health-related institutions or anyone else who might want to talk about the issues to certainly give it over to them. I'm sure they know a whole lot more than I do about it. But I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Have we heard anything about what might be going on with the University of Houston in this area?
I do know that there's some negotiations going on with U of H and Cornell to rotate medical students through and do some clinical sites. And certainly they're already working in the residency, graduate medical education training area. But that's all I've heard at this point.
I think that effort's also in conjunction with Methodist Hospital, is it not? Yeah.
Yes, and Methodist Hospital has a long track record of having lots of graduate medical education go on in that facility.
That gives you an update on something that the board started several years ago. So.
Excellent. Very interesting. All right.
The remaining items on the board agenda are the rules, and you've already dealt with all of those. And that would take us to item 7.
Okay, and did we do 7A? Mm-hmm.
We did indeed do 7A.
So we're to 7C, is that correct?
Well, let me comment briefly on 7B. I think I mentioned it. We are working with some changes that relate to the GIPWE, the Guidelines for Instructional Programs and Workforce Education. And so it might be more appropriate then just to go ahead and hear from David Couch on 7E, which is his report on that project.
Okay, great.
If I could comment very briefly on that. The last time we revised the guidelines was in 2004, so those of you who have joined the board since then may not be familiar with the GIPWE, as we call it. We have to revise it now for 2 reasons. The primary driving factor is the recent reauthorization of the Carl Perkins Vocational Technical Education Act. It has mandated some changes that need to be reflected in the guidelines. The other driving factor is a challenge to the board's authority by the private career colleges sector. It came up this summer whereby they assert that you certainly have the authority to enforce rules, but they challenged your authority to enforce guidelines. Therefore, we're looking at this with the view to make some changes that render them more enforceable and more practical for use. The GIPWE is actually the board's official policy manual for the development, operation, and evaluation of workforce education programs. So it's an important document, and that's why we want to make sure that it is all that it needs to be.
Okay. Where does this document exist? Is it on our website?
It is on the web page, although hard copies are available, and I'd be happy to get you a hard copy if you'd like one.
No, if it's on the website, that's good.
Okay.
Where would it be on the website?
If you go to undergraduate education, it's buried a bit. Undergraduate education, then click on, no, I'm sorry, I'm going the other way. Academic affairs, then undergraduate education, then go to either institutional effectiveness or
I'd like a hard copy.
It's about 5 levels down.
That's why I wanted to ask the question. Or you could email the link as well.
That's true.
But this doesn't work. Those detailed links, they don't work for me.
Really? Okay.
Okay, show us a hard copy.
We'll send you a hard copy if you want to call us, and we'll send you the link.
It doesn't work.
That's been one of my frustrations in this past year, is trying to find things
Yeah,
on
you
the
have
web.
to kind of guess what one of those little things they might be hiding under. Thank you, David. I guess. Okay. Now we're to 7C. Oh, what else?
And Roger has a report on that one.
Yeah, we have, in the last board, reported to you about a huge number of doctoral programs that we had in queue for review. And it was almost overwhelming. In order to take a look at how to shorten that process, when we looked at each one of those proposals in depth, we found that we could have used some assistance from the systems that were sending them to us in making them more complete and in answering some of the questions that we were asking of them. We talked to the three largest systems that we deal with in Texas, the UT system, Texas A&M system, and the Texas State system. They agreed to help us. And so we have sent back out of this number 7, and in the recent few days an additional 8 proposals back through the systems to the institutions to make them more complete and up to the standard where we can actually evaluate them on their merits. There were a lot of different kinds of problems, but the systems are going to be helping us in that regard. So we've moved from a queue of about 22 down to 12 now, and of those 12, 6 are on the agenda, the ones that you have just talked about. So we are reducing the numbers in queue, and that helps us do a better and more thorough job of the ones that are remaining. One of the 6 of those that are on the agenda is a cooperative program. It was mentioned earlier, the mathematics education at Texas State San Marcos. Sam Houston State University is going to be working in cooperation with Texas State in support of that PhD program in a cooperative fashion. Originally, Sam Houston State wanted to have their own PhD program, but they weren't quite ready. But they can gain experience in offering courses and working on committees with Texas State, should you approve that, and make a pretty good collaborative effort in that regard.
Roger, excuse me, the Commissioner has a question.
Yes.
Well, not so much a question, but I just wanted to amplify something that Roger said. We need to get to the point in Texas, particularly now that the board has gone down to 9 members and actually 8 at the moment. We've got to get to the point where a much more rigorous level of scrutiny of proposed doctoral programs occurs first at the campus level and at the system level. Right now, we are being asked to do more than we should do. At good universities, the highest level of scrutiny is at the campus level. And the level of scrutiny and the consideration of all the factors that go into strong graduate programs, particularly doctoral programs, ought to be handled at the collegial level at the campus. In fact, if it doesn't occur, that's an indication that the campus doesn't know how to execute doctoral programs very well. And then there should be another level of scrutiny, rigorous scrutiny at the system level, and by the time a proposal gets to us, it ought to be a fairly simple process for us to evaluate. And that's not what's occurring right now, and we are working with systems and campuses to change that.
Very true.
You think this is the first step, what you've done so far?
This is a step in the right direction. We're doing a lot of things, and let me talk about a couple of more of those as well as we're raising the bar. We have worked through the Graduate Education Advisory Committee, for example, to make public 18 different criteria about each doctoral program in the state. That kind of light of day, we believe, will focus on those that are not quite up to par, because students, the public, everyone can compare doctoral programs regardless of the area and see what the differences are in key indicators like time to degree, the attrition rate, the productivity of the faculty, and so forth and so on. 18 different indicators about doctoral programs. Another operational policy that we've just instituted is joining with the systems, and again, we're cooperating with the 3 largest systems to have a joint site visit. Many of the campuses were having a site visit independent of our site visit, so by collaborating and joining them, we're going to, I think, save expenses and save time. And the systems have agreed to split the cost with us as well, so that can save expenses-wise for the coordinating board too. Another illustration of how we're raising the bar on doctoral programs is that starting this month, for those programs that have been approved 12 months ago, we're going to start looking at them every year for the first 5 years of their operation. We've automated that. Letters will go out. We'll look at some indicators when we get them back and take a look and see whether or not they're living up to the commitments they made to address improvements to the programs and how they're doing productivity-wise with the students that they're processing. That's all I have.
Any questions? Thank you, Roger. And David, are you going to take 7D?
I have been asked to give you a quick update about the staff activities and current issues regarding private career colleges, and I'll actually go ahead and throw in the private out-of-state for-profit institutions into it because they operate in a similar fashion. One of the things that's important to understand when we're dealing with that sector is that virtually all of them are owned privately. Most of them are publicly traded. So they are, in fact, businesses who are responsible to their stockholders and majority shareholders. Until 1992, all of those schools were handled by the Texas Education Agency. In 92, responsibility, particularly for the private career schools, came over here. And when that happened, some interesting things occurred, not the least of which was a sort of dichotomous approach to the philosophy of higher education, which is to say that there are important cultural and philosophical differences between the for-profit higher ed sector and the nonprofit and certainly public higher ed sector. Those center primarily on the issues of rigor and academic appropriateness. There's an inherent conflict that comes between, or that exists between the business model of higher ed and the academic model of higher ed. The business model, because it is a business, seeks to keep the cost of delivery low, which is to say the cost to the business low, and it seeks to deliver the degree in the shortest possible time in order to be able to cycle more people through the process so as to increase profit. The academic model certainly understands the notion of keeping costs down, and time to degree is very important. But the academic model suggests that those are not the only factors. There has to also be a level of quality that is absolutely assured. And that comes, of course, at a certain cost and takes a certain amount of time. To put that another way, a degree is a kind of currency. It represents something very specific to the public and something very specific to employers. And one of the responsibilities the staff has is to try and assure that that currency does not lose its value, that it retains its value, regardless of the sector in which it is delivered. Most of the for-profit organizations in Texas, that is, higher ed organizations in Texas, can and frequently do have a sense of urgency with regard to the approval of new programs because they are, after all, businesses and they want to get that product to market. That is understandable. The difficulty comes when sometimes they press the staff for approval when the program is not really where it needs to be. And because of the for-profit nature of the institutions and that sense of urgency, those are the institutions that are more likely to contact you, more likely to contact elected officials. So that's sort of the summary of the operations of those institutions. What I will tell you is that currently the board's private career college section is staffed by 3 people. They're responsible for oversight of 125 associate degree programs offered by 45 schools, soon to be 47 within a month or so, and with a degree program enrollment in excess of 25,000. That three-person staff is also responsible for investigating complaints that we receive. We received 8 in the last year, and if you're interested, I can tell you how those were resolved, but just suffice it to say we do get complaints. The staff did a marvelous job, that three-person staff did a marvelous job of handling the precipitous closure of a private career school that left more than 300 students completely stranded with absolutely no place to go. Students came in the morning, they were informed by the school owners that the school was closing, and the owners left and the building was locked. The three-person staff worked on that very hard and did make arrangements for every student who wished to do so to continue their studies elsewhere. A staff of 1 is responsible for the oversight of degree programs by private out-of-state colleges and universities. Currently, 28 private out-of-state colleges and universities operate in Texas, offering 178 degree programs. We don't know how many students are enrolled in those programs because the institutions are private and they're not required to report that information to us. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Lori? The first question is, do their numbers count toward closing the gaps?
I'm not sure if they do or not. That's something that we have debated, I know, with the low-level staff, as among ourselves, as whether they do or not.
They do count if we have the information.
Yeah. In some ways, if they're not...
Let me add, David, that University of Phoenix has told us that they would provide those numbers. They haven't as yet, and I'm not sure that there's been follow-up, but we need to be sure to follow up with them. They've actually offered to provide unit record data so that we could do greater matching, and I think that schools such as that seem to be willing to do that.
Great.
Well, I think that would be real helpful, because it certainly, they should count. If they're full-time, I mean, if they're students, they should count toward...
They should, and part of what we don't know about, and in particular, for example, we have an executive MBA in Houston that's offered by Tulane. That type of program we have no information about. There are actually there's federal data that goes to iPads that addresses some of these the for-profits, and those numbers are available through the feds. And in fact, those numbers, the reports those institutions send to the feds are reported to us. They're supposed to be, and they're supposed to be. The aggregate numbers are supposed to be provided to us. That occurred about 8 years ago when the community college division got involved in some of this. So that may have been stopped at some point. I'm not aware of it, but we should be able to have all those numbers. But the basic answer is we need to get because these institutions are increasingly involved in Texas, we need to get a better handle on those numbers, and we don't have them completely yet.
Which leads me to, if we don't have the authority to, for lack of a better word, demand of those institutions that we have their numbers, would this be appropriate to be a part of our legislative agenda and ask the legislature to create some sort of law that when there are students that are enrolled in a private for-profit university in the state of Texas, that they provide the numbers? We don't need to know their names or their social security numbers. We need to know that they're enrolled, because that's important to our economy, and it's important to our mission.
I think we'd need to check with Bill France. I don't think there's anything that would preclude us from asking for those numbers. Now, for many of these, those numbers are available through iPads. It's when they have operations in multiple states where it would be difficult to pull that out, and we'd have to ask for individual reports. But essentially, you'd need two sets of numbers. One would be enrollments by ethnicity, and the other would be graduates by field. And would be a fairly simple thing for any of these institutions to provide, and they would have that. And since they are in fact in a for-profit, those are numbers that I'm sure they have, because they're trying to make money, and they would know how many students they have and how many they're graduating.
Well, can you all find that out? Because I think that would be important.
Let us see what we can get voluntarily
if we only have a few holdouts and they're small, it might be easier to make some informed guesses. The error factor is probably, in our aggregate closing the gaps, is probably small.
Well, but not if it's, University of Phoenix, DeVry, the Art Institute. I mean, those are some significant numbers.
Let us see. I think those are the ones that Phoenix. Those are the ones that are most likely to work with us.
Right.
It's the smallest, most closely held proprietary institutions that are most reluctant to let their competitor know anything about them. And
Phoenix did agree in a meeting held here 9-10 months ago to provide those numbers, and I don't know if there's been follow-up by staff.
Both DeVry and the University of Phoenix have in personal comments to me, said they want to be active participants in closing the gaps, and they want their numbers to be counted, and they would be happy to provide data.
Well, I think that they would, and I think it would be to our benefit as well as to theirs. Another question is, how does our, I guess authority is not the right word, oversight or whatever, with a university like the Art Institute, how does that differ from, say, a DeVry or University of Phoenix?
Are you talking about like with the Art Institutes of Houston and Dallas baccalaureate granting schools?
Because they get a baccalaureate. I mean, they have a baccalaureate that seems. Do they come to us for approval?
Yes. They're exempt technically because they are regionally accredited, which is to say that they have to satisfy our rules and they have to do everything necessary in order to be granted a certificate of authority from the board to grant the degrees. But because they are regionally accredited, we trust their operations to be overseen by that accreditor rather than regular visits from us.
I see what
With
you're
the
saying.
certificate of authority, they can only receive one for so many times, and at a certain point they have to be accredited. And if they have not been accredited by that time, their time has run out. I've forgotten how many times it is.
It can be renewed 4 times for its
So the difference between an Art Institute and a DeVry or University of Phoenix is that Art Institute is regionally accredited and these others are accredited elsewhere.
Well, Phoenix and DeVry are also regionally accredited.
Oh, they are?
Yes, they are.
But their branch campuses are not. When they operate, when they're accredited in another region at their home campus, then they still have the branch campus reviews here.
And where does ITT come in?
ITT would be one of the, what we used to call proprietary schools, private career colleges, which has authority from the board to grant the applied associate degree, the 2-year degree.
How closely do we work with them?
Very, very closely.
I was told by an employer at Schlumberger that he could hire 300 more every single day of the world, of the week, if he could get more from whatever it is at ITT that they're doing specifically in their training. They're closely aligned with Schlumberger, and he said every single day I could hire another 300 people and still not get where I need to be.
That doesn't surprise me. ITT has done a good job of getting out in business and industry and finding out what the curriculum needs ought to be. ITT is one. There are a couple of other very large multi-state, multi-campus schools that have full-time curriculum development staff.
And do we have their numbers?
We should have, yes, we should have those for Texas. Yes, we should.
I'd like to see their numbers and see if it makes any kind of a dent in where we're going.
I'll get those for you.
I think I can understand some of your problems and some of your frustrations. Yet, I do think it's important that we not suggest that just because a school makes money and privately funded, it isn't of quality. I mean, I think one of our jobs should be to distinguish ones that we think are of high quality and help the other ones.
I certainly agree with that, and just because it's for-profit is not a bad thing. There can be some very good things about that. What we run into is the difficulty of philosophy, where there is some tendency on the part of some schools to say what we've done is good enough, and the staff will come back and having a statewide knowledge of how the quality standards work across the state might say you really aren't quite where you want to be or where you ought to be, and that's when the debate begins.
Well, and it may be that the marketplace isn't working well enough yet with this sort of new mushrooming entity to regulate that itself?
I have to say that unfortunately there's some more traditional programs that you can make the same statement.
I was just going to make the point that just because it's academic doesn't mean it is of high quality.
Yeah.
And the real goal should be that for-profit and academic not-for-profit should adhere to the same quality standards and then compete in the marketplace.
Yes.
We certainly agree.
And is it consistent that that the for-profit that they don't adhere to any kind of military status, any kind of programs for veterans or scholarships for veterans? Or
I'm not really aware of what their student financial aid picture is. We don't oversee that, and so I really have no idea.
Because they don't recognize that. At least Art Institute does not. Veterans.
I'm sorry, I can't respond to that.
Thanks.
It would be interesting to note to see if they had the same challenges with regards to persistence and developmental education. How do they handle that? And
I think the Phoenix people that we talked with in Houston, Laurie and I, were very interested in that, and we're considering even going out into the neighborhoods and setting up developmental ed centers.
David might be able to say something about developmental ed, because that actually has been a factor in terms of at least one institution I recall in the past year that really came under the scrutiny of David's area because they did not have the developmental ed areas in place. You want to say something about that?
Sure. Some schools, much like the public schools, it's all over the map. But probably a good example of a school that's tried very hard and has enjoyed some success, a private career school that's enjoyed some success with this, is ITT, once again. They have at times contracted with Sylvan Learning and had Sylvan come on site and conduct their developmental ed classes. They have sometimes asked Austin Community College to form special classes for their own students. And I don't know whether those were taught at ITT or at Austin Community College, but I do know that ITT in particular has devoted a lot of attention to it.
if there's any best practices that we can learn and disseminate. Sometimes profitability does encourage effectiveness and efficiency.
There was also an out-of-state one that was working with you with the YMCA, and I can't remember the name of it. It was a leadership program to train nonprofits. Does that ring a bell?
That was probably being, or maybe being handled by David Linkletter,
maybe so.
who reports to me, but I'm not intimately familiar with everything on his assignment list.
Maybe we can make a little board committee that could buy one share of stock of each of these companies so we can get their annual reports and check them out. All right. Now, didn't hear a motion, so I'll just let that one die. Now, have we already done E, David, or is this yet another skip week?
No, we've done E. We're ready for F.
All right.
And that's
F is-
Kevin.
Who's doing F?
Dr. Lemoyne, Dr. Rainey.
Dr. Lemoyne and Dr. Rainey. Thank you. Welcome.
Carol, did you want to start?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kevin and I are going to update you on one of the many facets of House Bill 1 that has to do with the Texas Course Redesign Project. And I know you're all familiar with that. Just as a refresher, the mandate from House Bill 1 required that at least one of the redesigned entry-level college courses be in operation by the fall semester of 2007. And again, the goals for the redesign were broad and very straightforward. They were, first and most important, to increase student learning outcomes. Secondly, to reduce the cost of delivery of those instructional programs to the institution. And third, to do so through creative and innovative uses of technology. I'm very pleased to tell you that we have not just one course that has been redesigned that is now in operation, but three. And they are baseline courses, large enrollment courses. The first one is Composition 1. And the second one is Calculus 1. The third is U.S. History 1 to 1865. We have 4 institutions that are participating in this first phase of the Texas Course Redesign Project. University of North Texas has the U.S. History class. The Dallas County Community College District is working with Texas Tech University on Composition 1, and the University of Texas Telecampus is working with 3 of its system schools on Calculus 1. We have over 700 students that are enrolled in the courses this semester. There are more than 25 faculty who are involved in this process, and they are off to a roaring start. So we are very pleased about that.
That's a great report. Very exciting.
And I'm happy to take questions.
Just what are the metrics at the end of the semester?
There will be a variety of them. The institutions will be looking at a variety of things, which certainly will include student grade distributions. They'll look at persistence in the courses, and because this obviously has some longitudinal impact, they will be looking at enrollments in follow-on courses and student performance in those courses, and how frequently and how quickly that happens. But in terms of the specifics, the institutions are guiding those assessments.
Kevin?
Sure. Thanks. I wanted to talk about 2 recent initiatives that I think are going to help advance the Texas Course Redesign Project. The first is, you may recall that the legislation that created the Course Redesign Project required the coordinating board to work with a nonprofit organization with expertise in course redesign. I'm happy to report that the coordinating board has signed a contract with the National Center for Academic Transformation, NCAT, headed up by Dr. Carol Twigg, who gave a presentation to the board at last October, in fact. Since August, NCAT has been consulting with the project leads for all Phase 3 projects and is preparing a day-long workshop, the first course redesign workshop with them, that will be taking place here at the coordinating board on October 15th. The second, I wanted to mention the status of the repository of learning objects. You may recall that the coordinating board funded a repository, a digital archive of instructional content that the redesigned courses would be put into. I saw a demo of the repository about 2 weeks ago at the University of North Texas, and I was really impressed with what they've done so far. They've created the beginnings of the infrastructure. They've taken one of the redesigned courses, history, U.S. history, completely deconstructed it, put it into discrete learning objects, made them, tagged them so that they could be easily searchable and retrievable. The objects are a combination of text, graphics, flash animation, some video, some audio, so they're quite rich and robust. But the important thing is that you can find an object, or you can take the whole course, but if you want multiple objects, you can find the object, pull it up, view it, download it onto your computer, and then transfer it into a course or learning management system. And that's exactly what we wanted to do. We hope that this repository will be the main vehicle for dissemination of the funded course redesigns.
That's exciting. Commissioner?
Yes, a couple of questions, Kevin. Are in the course redesign projects, are they dealing with fundamental pedagogical issues such as redesigning courses in a way that covers less material with greater depth, since that's a recurrent criticism of American education? The second issue is in regard to science courses. Are we paying attention to all that NSF pedagogical material that's come out about how to redesign science courses so that there's more emphasis on hands-on activity and less emphasis on lectures and so forth?
Absolutely. I think the U.S. history course is the best example of your first question. That course is focusing on not only integrating technology into the classroom in meaningful ways, but actually changing what happens in the face-to-face encounter with students. The students do a total of 15 case studies. They read and study primary documents. They take on the roles of decision makers in history, and they engage in a debate, and they make decisions as folks in history who made big decisions did back then. And it's a very engaging, enlightening, and insightful experience for them. They have to cover some of the traditional things in U.S. history, but I think the way it's been redesigned really focuses on active engagement in the learning process.
What about the issue of redesigning courses so that they focus not on weeding out students but nurturing students? Has that been an issue that's come up?
I'm not sure I've heard much about that with respect to these redesigns.
Well, I would say that one of the things that Carol Twigg emphasizes in her metrics of success is the actual number who pass and continue on to the next course, which I think puts a fair degree of emphasis on it. Yeah.
The other piece of that is that the example that Kevin gave, for instance, about the U.S. history class, brings the students to a higher level of engagement, not only with their instructor in direct situations in class, but also in some other created groups of students. So what they are seeing, what the anecdotal information is to this point, because it's really too soon to have much beyond that, is that the students are reporting that they like this kind of class well enough that they are seeking out other courses that offer those same learning components, which would be an indicator to me that they are trying to be more inclusive.
That's great. And the second question that you asked about science and engineering, Joe, I don't know if you wanted to talk about curricular redesign in engineering. University of Texas at San Antonio was funded for a course redesign project, and what they are doing is adopting a model developed at Wright State University by Dr. Klingbeil, whereby, and I'm not sure I'm going to get it right, so you might have to intervene. He's basically teaching engineering principles, or they're going to be teaching engineering principles in introductory engineering classes before teaching calculus, before requiring calculus. So the students are learning how to apply mathematical principles that would typically be taught in a calculus class prior to going into an engineering class in a hands-on environment in these engineering courses, and then the calculus course is taught later in the curriculum. Is that about right?
And that is an NSF, primarily NSF-funded project of about 3 years duration.
We had a presentation on that, didn't we?
Yes.
Yes.
Did we do one at the board level?
I don't think so. The board, but
in another setting. We also have I never remember his name, a physicist coming from North Carolina State, who will actually be at the governing board conference to talk specifically about this topic. He's one of the key folks identified nationally in terms of really more hands-on learning in the sciences and how that can be done more effectively. He's actually one of the main speakers in the morning, and he'll be providing a workshop in the afternoon for local educators who want to meet with him hands-on, both from the public schools and from the higher education institutions. And it's not dissimilar in some ways from the Wright State.
Most of the work and the framework that NCAT provides focuses on delivery and on the depth and the rigor and the level of engagement. Questions of content and basic curricular structure generally have been outside the framework of what NCAT has looked at. But the work of Klingbeil is a good example of where it's appropriate, I think, to step back and look at content as well. I'm eager to find some volunteers who will look at the course we call Learning Frameworks, and look particularly at some of the things that Carol Dweck and others have done about student motivation. That's a content issue, not a delivery design question. I'm also thinking that there's an opportunity, kind of building on the core concepts of what Klingbeil's done, to do some things with one of the required government courses. As you know, Texas law requires 2 courses in government. We must cover the U.S. and Texas constitutions. That's typically done in one of those courses, although in some places those are separated into the 2 courses. But it basically leaves a second course in government that's a little bit more open. And doing policy analysis, really doing data-driven public policy or government questions in much the same way that Klingbeil now does engineering questions in a digital environment, and introduces students to real engineering issues before they get to calculus. I think we could do a lot more to help students understand the role of numerical analysis and data inferences, statistics, in an introductory government course before they go into some of the more theoretical mathematical work. So there's some content issues, and then there's the next level, and I think this is a couple years away yet, is to start looking at within these designs how content from one course can reinforce content in another. So if a student is taking an introductory science course in environmental science and can deal with the public policy issues in that government course I was just describing, and then write their reports in the composition course, you begin to get integration across the curriculum, you get more reinforcement. Those things will happen. Obviously they're happening already in some places, but to happen on a broad scale further down the road.
There are some that statement reminds me that there are some changes that are happening at the grassroots level. The commissioner and I met with Yuri Treisman the other day, and he was talking about really the importance of statistics in general and how it was really more central to the needs of many college students than, say, college algebra. But the whole notion of how statistics is coming into play in a wide range of courses is something that's beginning to emerge out there and is becoming more evident every day.
Yeah, I think that brings up a characteristic of the system that's very hard to change. These courses that we have thought of as the basic, hallowed and hallmark courses, and then you have educator after educator saying, really not very many people need to know algebra, but we're just horrified, and it's very hard to change something like that.
And I should add that Treisman was not making a case against algebra, but college algebra as it's currently formed, and still believes that what we know as algebra 2 in high school is still critical.
Right,
but it's being taught differently.
If you look at what the marketplace wants and what the employers are telling us, and if we're trying so hard to do that in so many other ways, one of these days we're going to have to take the big bite and look at some of that stuff.
Someday maybe my grandchildren will not ask my children, what's the point? Why is this relevant?
Yeah.
Which I've had to answer over.
What do you say? Critical thinking skills.
Well, have you had one of your kids ask you, have you ever used algebra in your life since you got out of algebra 2?
I use algebra nearly every day.
Well, see, I don't.
Critical thinking. Critical thinking. Critical thinking. Problem solving.
A lot of things teach critical thinking. Okay. Are we finished with that, Joe?
I believe so.
Thank you.
Paul and Linda.
And Dr. Donald Smith is going to update us on our trustee funds for 2008. Linda?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Phillips. You're going to be receiving a two-page, single-page printed front and back, and it's an update on selected trustee funds associated with our division. The total amount of these funds is given at the bottom. You've got a series of items arranged in the order that they are in the General Appropriations Act that was passed by the 80th legislature and then signed by the governor in June. Our fiscal year starts on September 1st and runs through August 31st, and for this biennium we have fiscal year 2008 and fiscal year 2009. The biennium covers both of those years, so at the far right you have the total. At the very bottom, under each of those columns, you have the total amount of funding for all of the programs above. To put it in a framework, our division is dealing with about $178 million in trustee funds. If you want to look at the coordinating board's student financial aid, that is $794 $85 million. Those, of course, are not included in here. But just to give you some perspective, the biggest single item on our budget is for the Texas Grant Program, and for the fiscal year 2008, that's $378 million. Okay, the first item listed, they're all arranged according to Closing the Gaps initiatives. The one at the very top is the College Readiness Initiative, and the division is planning to use at least $800,000 of the more than $12 million that's available for fiscal year 2008. Some of those funds will be used by another division, the $12 million, and some of them are as of yet unallocated. So we put $800,000 down for both years of the biennium for the college, the course redesign initiative under the College Readiness Initiative. Closing the Gaps in Research, this was a hard-fought increase in funding for the Advanced Research Program. It's up to a little under $17 million. That's appropriated to the first year of the biennium. We plan to have the grants ready for the board to approve at your April meeting. The UB in the column under fiscal year 09 means that we have unexpended balance authority. That means that the funds will transfer between the two fiscal years, from fiscal year 08 into fiscal year 09 of the biennium. A case where that might become important is if we have a principal investigator who is awarded a grant and for some reason is not able to keep that. Perhaps the individual is moving out of state. Perhaps the principal investigator died. Those may be some cases under which a grant would return to the coordinating board, and we turn right around and see who's next in line and grant that. We're expecting about 1,600 pre-proposals to come to us on October 23rd electronically. We're recruiting reviewers right now. We're planning to have about 800 peer reviewers for this program. They will first look at the pre-proposals and then determine which of those they want as full proposals. The full proposals will come to the coordinating board on January 29th, and it will be reviewed by 9 review panels. The proposers will select their research area, and then the panels will review them. Yes.
Why haven't we gone to a model where you limit the number of proposals we receive from each campus? Let there be some screening at the campus level?
But may I answer that in part from, and I'm going to put my hat on from when I objected when she tried to do that a couple years ago, and I was down at UTSA. We don't know, we did not know clearly enough what the criteria would be between the various reviewers, and so when we tried to sort it out between, say, a math proposal or a chemistry proposal and a physics proposal, we felt like the luck of the draw, and we felt like we were being put at a disadvantage by having to sort across criteria across different fields at an institution.
Strikes me as 1,600 proposals. That sounds to me like a very unwieldy number.
It is a large number. We actually don't know how many we will get. We're guessing based on past performance. The last biennium, we did limit the number of proposals that could come forward from the institutions. The Advisory Committee on Research Programs used the research expenditures to limit the number by class of institutions. Small, medium, and large is a good way to think about it. We did get a fair number of complaints about that. My concern with that kind of process is that I'm not sure that we're buying the riskiest, newest, best science. We're buying something that tested positive at an institution before they're willing to send it on to a review panel. And I really think that the best review panels are the area experts that we put together. What we're going to get this time is we always conduct post-competition surveys. The problem with our post-competition survey from last time, when we allowed the institutions to select, is we didn't know who else was playing because we could not see who was screened out at the institutional level. So we want to compare. There's a question we ask And we asked if the institutions should pre-select the proposals. And it has always been the case on all of those post-competition surveys, up until the last biennium, that they were adamantly opposed to it. Well, on the one for the last biennium, they seemed to think it was all right, but we were speaking to the choir. And so the question now is, for those who we're going to get that bigger set of reviewers, principal investigators responding to us, do they prefer the institutions to pre-select? And so that's part of what we're testing this time.
And, one of the basic issues is if you're left out, of course, you prefer that the institution not select. I think there are problems with it whichever way we go. I mean, I've been involved in this a long time, and in fact, just what Joe said, when they had to pre-select, people frequently said when they didn't have to pre-select, there were institutions that firmly believed it was a lottery, that it was just the luck of the draw. I talked personally with a number of endowed chairs who were just furious that an assistant professor down the hall got a grant, and they did not. I mean, I think our reviewers do a very good job. Whatever comes in, whether it's pre-selected or whether it's not, we get excellent reviewers. Linda, has always gotten just outstanding reviewers. And we still don't know whether the type of proposal that Linda just suggested will be selected or not. That will still be based upon which reviewers we happen to have in there. And the sense that it could be considered, some chances, how receptive are our reviewers to certain approaches to research? And they're all top reviewers, but some may be skeptical about some lines of research at this point in time. While, if another equally, esteemed reviewer were selected, they might not feel that way. So there are issues either way.
Are they reviewed by individual analysis or by panel?
At the pre-proposal stage, by individual analysis, each pre-proposal goes to 2 reviewers. If one votes yes, it continues on. At the proposal stage, each proposal again goes to 2 reviewers, but the entire panel can see the full set of proposals available to it, and they are discussed in panel, and the panel develops the final ranking and then turns it over to us, and then we fill the proposals in order of the panel selections until we run out of funds for that particular research area. The Advisory Committee on Research Programs is the one that sets the amount of funding available for the individual research areas. The biggest, of course, is biological sciences, rolling in at a little under $6 million, and that, of course, is our most competitive. Typically, we fund about 5 to 6% of the submissions to that research area.
Do the panels know from whom and where they come?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It has been proposed by at least one of our advisory committee members on several occasions to try to make that process blind, and the rest of the committee has never gone along with that. I don't see it passing anytime soon.
I don't believe you specifically mentioned that one reason that the board went to the institution selecting proposals that would go forward last time was because of the tremendous reduction in the dollars that were available for grants. And essentially we were getting the same number of proposals even though the dollars had gone far down. It was already the case that you're maybe 10% of, and sometimes less of the grants were being funded at the higher levels when we had many more dollars. And so there was a potential that the funding rate could be as low as 1% in some areas, which is much more competitive than NSF is.
What is y'all's opinion of blind versus non-blind proposals?
We haven't tested it for this program as a blind proposal review. Was that tested? I came in '97. Was that tested at all before I got here? Do you recall, David?
I don't think
there were some experiments I realized that went on with the principal investigator selected reviewers versus coordinating board selected reviewers, and my understanding was that those rolled right along with each other. Some limited.
If you listen to the discussions, you wouldn't be surprised if frequently the reviewers know the work of the people submitting proposals, and and are even aware of the volume of work that they have in play. And I can say that occasionally I've heard them take into account that they feel a particular lab may be well beyond its ability to take on additional work. And also, I've heard them take into account what they think is the volume of dollars nationally in a more discrete area of a program, and makes decisions based upon the fact that our dollars may be the only ones available to do that kind of research, but there may be many, many dollars available in another area, and when things are even.
Right. Well, but a blind proposal, you'd still know what kind of research.
Yeah.
I think also we get enough experts in some of these areas that the concept of a blind proposal, in some cases you might be able to mask the institution or the principal investigator's names, but you really can't mask the work.
That's part of what I didn't get to very well, is that they do know the work in their areas quite well, and they can frequently recognize, just by the nature of the way they even describe what they're proposing, that you would think that's preferred to the
Lynn, I'm sorry, I don't understand why we take so many. It seems like that would just make our administrative costs so high and have less money to give.
I was surprised by the sheer number. I think it was 200 cubic feet. I actually figured out the amount of paper. And might I say that the first year I was here, I handled every single cubic foot of that looking for a single review page that ended up in the storage room.
Well, I suggest we need to, I understand Joe's concerns, but 1,600 proposals is an awful lot. I suggest we take a look at the way at the proposal process, and we can even if you allowed, Joe, 25 or 30 proposals per big campus, I can't imagine we wouldn't capture all the really good proposals, and you would reduce the number to 500 or 600, which still seems to me like a lot. But 1,600 is that startling me.
I think it's important to add here. Tell me if I'm wrong here, but the program announcement's already been approved by the board.
That is correct. So we're set for the moment.
So the changes would have to be for the next round of grants. Because this was approved on the July agenda.
What do you think?
It's a lot sporadic.
We do not have a paper process. It's all entirely electronic. Even the panel meeting tool is electronic, where any of the reviewers can call up any of the proposals, any of the reviews.
What is the cost now? In the past, even with the large volume, when we had outside reviewers come in, we had one of the lowest administrative costs around it. Is it still
It's still
low?
Pretty low. I can't tell you exactly what it is. The program costs are down now, and we do have fewer reviewers, but the program costs are also down, so I don't know how much that ratio was at one time, on the order of 2.5% to 3%, okay, just for the review process. But I can't say, I don't recall what it was last time.
The total dollars are low enough now that it could make the difference in proposing an extra proposal or not, which is where you're getting right.
And of course, my bigger concern is not the cost that we pay out for the reviewers and the review panel, but with the agency so restricted on the number of FTE that we can have, these are people that, if they're processing these cubic feet of paper, they're not dealing with some of the really important policy issues that we need to be dealing with.
That's exactly right.
And you just wonder.
Good point.
I can see that you want to be as accommodating to as many proposals as possible, but on the other hand, what kind of careful review can you make of these proposals? How fair is the process if you're processing 1,600 proposals? There have to be a lot of people who are just skimming through these things.
We have, each reviewer gets, the number of proposals expected and pre-proposals expected determines the reviewer pool.
Yeah.
And so even when we did limit them by institution, it was still the same ratio.
Linda, what fraction of the pre-proposals will you expect to be authorized to put in a full proposal? Is it about half?
No, we try to shoot for about a third to 40%. It ends up kind of being a negotiation between the reviewers and coordinating board staff. Dr. Hackerman did not allow us to put in an electronic stop that stopped them at a certain number. Okay, because he said, you cannot tell me that you know for a fact that this particular reviewer had any good proposals, or you can't tell me for a fact that this particular reviewer only had 16 good proposals. And so you can tell them what your limit is, but you can't use an electronic stop to restrict them.
So, but you're expecting somewhere on the order, less than half of the pre-proposals will
Yeah,
result.
somewhere probably between 35 and 40% based on past experience.
Okay.
Sometimes we have to call them back and say, look, we really need fewer of these. This whole panel has to review them. Okay. I see changes in our future. Okay. Time is slipping away from us. I'll quickly go through the other programs. You've already heard from Stacy Silverman, who is our key person in charge of closing the gaps in the health programs. I would like to call your attention to the graduate medical education program. There's another $3 million of that you saw in past years, but you don't see this year on the coordinating board's General Appropriations Act, because that now has turned into graduate medical education formula funding in the bill patterns for the individual institutions. Let's see. Then closing the gaps in quality and participation. I've listed 2 programs there. We actually need to pull another program. It's the one under the next category heading, the very last one listed, Texas Fund for Geography Education. These are led by Susan Hetzler in our division. Centers for Teacher Education support teacher training programs at the state's 5 historically black colleges: Huston-Tillotson University, Paul Quinn College, Jarvis Christian College, Texas College, and Wiley College. Each institution gets $631,000 per year. Key performance measures include graduates, number of graduates, and pass rate on the state teacher certification exams, and Susan reports that both of these metrics are much improved over the past few years. Interestingly, those institutions have formed a consortium to use technology to share courses and professors, and there are 40 courses that are being shared for fall 2007. Also in that set is the African American Museum internship program. The coordinating board enters into a contract with UT Dallas. The internships are primarily going to undergraduate students who are exploring the possibility of museum work as their careers. Then we come to federal funds for the grant programs, and here's our big fish. It's the Perkins Fund. It's $460 million per year. It was led by Deborah Porter. It's got 3 components to it. The bulk of the fund, $33 million, goes to the basic grant to public, community, and technical colleges, and it's based on the Pell Grant count. There's $8 million for Tex Prep, which links high schools to public 2-year degree granting institutions. And then $3.5 million has been set aside for state leadership competitive grants. It's a discretionary part of the Perkins money. And it's going this time for systems to develop for professional development, course redesign, increasing academic performance, and increasing enrollment in non-traditional fields. The Technology Workforce Development Grant Program is $2 million. This is flowing from the U.S. Department of Labor under contract with the Texas Workforce Commission now to what is called the Phase 2, the Texas Engineering and Technical Consortium's Texas Youth and Technology Grant. The one I have listed here, now the Texas Fund for Geography Education, really should have been listed under Quality and Participation. That is headed up by Susan Hetzler. It's the earnings off of an endowment from the National Geographic Society. It's a $2 million endowment fund. The earnings are estimated at $100,000 for each year of the biennium. And This goes for grants to improve instruction in geography for P through 12. The last ones are the Tobacco Settlement Fund earnings. Key personnel are Chris Fowler and Vanessa Davis for the Minority Health Research and Education. There were two program announcements that were approved at the last Agency Operations Committee meeting, and they're looking for innovative initiatives to prepare minorities to apply to and graduate from degree programs in health and medical fields. And they also have a very large web development project that they're seeking proposals for, to create and maintain a website to consolidate and publish best practices, educational standards, curriculum, again for recruitment and retention of minority students in health education fields. The last one is the Nursing Innovation Program, and the focus is on partnerships. That's headed up by Chris Fowler. It's a new round of grants, and it's based on a statewide strategic plan that was developed by a task force. The board saw this report at its October meeting of 2006 and approved it. And they're focusing on partnerships involving hospitals, and separately partnerships between academic programs and clinical programs. And they're also seeking proposals for a conference on partnerships in nursing education. The goal there is to increase enrollment and graduation from the nursing programs. If you flip this little page over, you see a pie chart where you've got the funds separated by class, and you see that the Perkins funds are the majority of the funds for the selected group. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Linda. Next item, Agenda 8, I think Dr. Alford, the report on achieving inclusiveness in doctoral programs in Texas.
In the 2004 report on doctoral education in Texas, one of the recommendations was to encourage institutions to increase diversity in doctoral programs. Toward that end, the Graduate Education Advisory Committee utilized a doctoral intern from Texas A&M Corpus Christi to write the majority of this report under the guidance of the subcommittee for the GIAC. That particular report is now in internal review. It has three basic sections. First is kind of historical context, what the extent of diversity is in current doctoral programs. The next section is talking about best practices, national best practices for its work, and also some characteristics of what does work. The last section is on recommendations for institutions, as well as recommendations for this agency, the coordinating board. As I mentioned, that's under review internally right now, and as soon as that's completed, I would expect the commissioner to have a recommendation for dissemination.
We look forward to that. Thank you. Now, Joe, on agenda item 9, I can tell you that if you have anything at all left to say on this, you do not have enough staff members.
Well, I think we're also 2 minutes past 3, and I probably should just thank you all for being here all day.
Well, we'll look forward to your report at the board meeting. Do I have a motion for ending this marathon?
Oh, yeah.